Chapter 207. The Xia family, the guardian of the sword, they were not only guarding the legendary treasured sword, they were guarding the sword in their own hearts. But hearing the words guardian of the sword, the fear in the villager's eyes gradually disappeared, his trembling legs also stopped. His gaze became resolute. Brother Qing is right. No matter what, we cannot bring disgrace to these 3 words. Really, a genius like me should be the focus of attention. Not long after he walked out, he suddenly ran in with a flustered expression. Brother Qing, Guilin, brought a group of people and are heading towards our village. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. Looking at the words in front of him that were like a waterfall, he was dumbfounded. It was just a small card, but the amount of information it contained exceeded Tang Tian's imagination. All of their faces were brimming with indescribable joy. Almost everyone had forgotten about Guilin. Guardian Heart Sword. Xia Qing sighed in his heart, this time with the Guo family sword village. He was afraid that they would not rest until one of them was dead. But there was no way out. His heart was calm. The words he said was not a scheme, but his true thoughts. Guilin's eyes widened. He suddenly thought of the rumors regarding the guardian of the sword. He had always thought that the rumors were fake. Never did he expect that this group of Xia family were actually the guardian of the sword. Tang Tian snorted. He must definitely catch up to Xia. His entire body was filled with energy. A smile and fighting spirit surfaced on his face. Guilin's gaze landed on the silver carriage, his face revealing a look of joy. But immediately his face sunk. He laughed sinisterly. Xia Qing, how dare you? You actually dare to go against the sword order. Your entire Xia family will be buried with you. They were very clear what kind of person Guidong was. Guidong was cold and emotionless. He killed people like flies. Since he had said in the sword order, leave no one alive. Then, Guilin. Xia Qing's face changed. He said softly, you go think of a way to hold them back for a while. In the Pegasus carriage, Xia Qing only found the coachman. He immediately asked, are the 2 masters here? Jie Shangguan, the treasure is the immortal crown, unconfirmed. The secret treasures belonging to the immortal throne are fully recovering, and the immortal crown is gradually awakening. The sneer on Guilin's face gradually froze. He felt uneasy and said in a stern voice, do you all want to die with this guy? Think about it carefully. Where are your loved ones? Don't be impulsive. The villager nodded heavily. I'll pass down the order. The villagers were in an uproar. In the past, Yun village had flourished for a time, and the population was flourishing. However, they had angered Guidong, and as a result, their entire clan was annihilated. Now, all that was left of the Cloud Village was a wasteland and wild grass. Under the efforts of the 2 great constellations, the Immortal Martial Network had become the strongest intelligence center in the world. It was because of their powerful intelligence gathering capabilities that the Immortal Martial Sect gradually became a colossus that could contend against the 12 ecliptic palaces. Tang Tian was shocked. He actually saw Chia's name on it. Tang Tian was like he was injected with chicken blood. He began to frantically search for Chia's news in the vast ocean of news. Xia Qing nodded his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. At most, we will risk our lives. Our Xia family sword village still has swords in our hands. That's right. Although the Xia family has declined, we cannot lose our face to meet our ancestors. He then turned to the other villagers and shouted, don't be deceived by Xia Qing. Our ancestors' sword order is very clear. If anyone dares to harbor a fugitive, the entire village will be implicated. If you know what's good for you now, I will treat it as if nothing has happened. If our ancestor is really angry, then the Yun village in the past will be your role model. Just at this time, footsteps suddenly came from behind. The cry of the Guardian Heart sword that had disappeared for 300 years had actually appeared in Xia Qing's hands today. The Heavens Road list had already become the most authoritative list in everyone's hearts. But to Tang Tian, it was definitely a terrible thing. It was just 2 short sentences, but Tang Tian treated it as a treasure. He greedily read every single word over and over again. Although he always believed that nothing would happen to Chia, but to see Chia's news, his heart was filled with joy. The coachman said, "The 2 masters are in closed-door cultivation." Xie Qing turned to look, and his face changed. Guilin brought a group of people and rushed over aggressively. At the front of the group was the villager that was just sent. He was tied up, his entire body was covered in wounds and blood. Xie Qing shook his head. His expression had already regained his calmness. He said, "The Xie family sword village has guarded the sword for 700 years. We can die, but we will never do anything that is ungrateful. The name of our ancestors cannot be disgraced. The sword in our hands would rather break than bend. I will count to 3. Whoever doesn't make a move will die." Guilin's heart became even more uneasy. This made him shout, "Under our ancestor's sword, there has never been a survivor." Xie Qing immediately rushed towards Tang Tian and the rest. No one was afraid. "Oh, Brother Qing has trained in the cry of the guardian heart sword. Oh my God, the cry of the guardian heart sword." After flipping through the waiting list, he still could not find his own name. Countless people, for the sake of a name on the list, had shed their blood. In many people's eyes, the vast and distant heavens road was just the names on the immortal martial news. That scene, just thinking about it, made the villagers tremble. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. This bunch of people don't know what's good for them. I am such a brilliant expert, and they actually don't know anything about it. Humph! Seems like their standards are limited. Xie Qing said calmly, "If not for Master, we would already be dead. We have already died once. Even if our entire village were to die, it would be the same as before. We are the guardians of the sword. If we were to do something that goes against our morals, how would we have the face to meet our ancestors in the underworld?" "Closed-door cultivation?" Xie Qing exclaimed. His face was as white as paper. To go into closed-door cultivation at this time, it was over. Just as the sword hummed, all the villagers of the Xie family sword village raised their swords and gathered over. In the blink of an eye, the villagers had surrounded Guilin and the rest. Especially when they saw the villagers who were covered in wounds and blood, their eyes turned red. All right, the villagers did not dare to dawdle. They flew over. His thoughts were clear. The sword in his hand seemed to be responding to him. It hummed and trembled. Today's training will be doubled. On the contrary, Xie Qing's face was calm. His heart was indescribably calm. He could feel that the sword in his hand was resonating with his calm heart. Xie Qing knew that it would not be easy. The killing intent in his chest grew. He suddenly waved his sword. The sword hums could be heard from far away. Tang Tian muttered. His gaze swept back and forth. He did not miss a single word. Tang Tian's face did not look good. The villagers started to shout. The fear on their faces had disappeared. What replaced it was pride. It was as though they had been asleep for a long time. "What do we do?" The villager who reported the news looked at Xie Qing. His eyes were filled with fear. It had been 300 years. The Xie family finally had someone who had mastered the cry of the guardian heart sword. Chia was ranked 9,563. Guolin's mouth revealed a sneer. He wanted to let Xie Qing see. At the crucial moment, nothing was more important than his own life. Cry of the guardian heart sword, Xie Zitianxing. His spirit was roused. He started to search. Xie Qing's face was filled with ridicule. It was so glaring. He struggled hard in the shocking amount of news. Finally, he found the Heavens Road list. Xie Qing's face darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Guilin, you dare to make a move on my Xie family sword village. We are the guardians of the sword. Guo family, what is that? Guo saw the fear on the faces of the villagers and immediately calmed himself down and sneered. Xie has the intention of harboring a fugitive. Whoever is able to take Xie down, not only will I let bygones be bygones, I will also make a great contribution. I will personally report to the old ancestor, and will definitely reward you. Godlike young lad. Go, go, go. The other villagers were attracted by the sword hums in Xie hand. The surroundings quietened down. The hums of the sword became clearer. He was too clear of the villagers. They were cowardly and selfish. They were easily frightened. Everyone felt their blood boiling. They could not help but grip the sword in their hands tightly. His face changed. Chia. Tang Tian did not know that the news from the two constellations was the most authoritative news in the entire Heaven's Road. Every day, there would be a huge amount of news. The immortal martial school from the various constellations would gather. Countless of people would filter and verify the information. The amount of news would naturally be huge. Tang Tian then searched for the Heaven's Road list. Oh, it could be there. After all, he was not famous. He had to search carefully. He could not miss it. Then he started to look for his name, but to no avail. The entire list did not have his name. His heart was calm. Xie was enlightened. He had been stuck in the realm for a long time. Xie calmed down. He lowered his voice. Don't spread the news. No one is allowed to leave the village. This is the cry of the Guardian's Sword. Guardians of the Sword. The power of the Xie family had disappeared a long time ago, but the Xie family had a saying. Every single member of the Xie family was familiar with it. Chia had actually made it into the top 10,000. The Xie family villagers, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with uncontrollable joy. Very quickly, he found Guodong. He was ranked 9,928. Guolin's face changed. Xie, you don't want to live anymore. We came to the Xie family sword village. Old ancestor knows about it. The entire place was silent. Suddenly a sneer came out. Chia Shangguan, rank 9,563. Tang Tian was about to throw the immortal martial news away. Suddenly, he saw a name from the corner of his eyes. He stopped. This damned piece of news. It did not even have his own name. How blind! The villagers heard Xie words. The fear in their eyes grew. They wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, in an unassuming corner, there was a small piece of news. The cry of the Guardian's Sword. It was a sign that the Guardian Sword realm had reached the next level. Chapter 208. Suddenly, a low, hoarse voice came out from afar. Then, are we going to watch the villagers die? Ling Su retorted without holding back. Roaring, he pounced towards Xie. The lady in black was silent for a while, then said, The stone gravel beasts are earth planet spirit beasts and can move underground without any hindrance, although their speed underground is very slow. The place where they are unable to approach is where the treasured sword is. The old man listened attentively, his expressionless face exposed a look of praise. Such a beautiful sword cry! If he is given time, his future will be limitless. The lady in black was speechless. She bit her lips tightly, to the point that it turned white. Xie waited with rapt attention, the long sword in his hand, continuously vibrating, the sword cry never stopping. Xie pupils constricted. The Stone Gravel Beast King. That was the Stone Gravel Beast King that fought with Tang Tian that day. Xie, who had just broken through, was not afraid. His wrist flicked, the long sword carrying the buzzing sound, thrusting out. He was determined if he could survive this time, he would not leave a single person in the Xie family sword village. Ling Su was startled, but his gaze was immediately attracted to Flamingo. I know him. The old man nodded, his empty eye sockets, like a piece of emptiness, his hoarse voice, seemed to be floating in the emptiness. Fire Crow Executioner. He. Tang Tian's face was innocent. Am I that kind of person? The wave of air was like a hurricane, exploding out in all directions. Seeing the mountain full of stone gravel beasts like a tide, surging into the Xie family sword village, the lady in black's face behind the mask revealed a look of shock. Beside her was a blind old man sitting in a wheelchair, a middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair from behind. Thinking about the previous encounter, her mood became extremely bad. She had spent countless of energy to find the clues to the Lyra treasury, but she did not expect that it would benefit those two assholes. Bing! Just at this time, a villager stumbled over, his face full of fear. Stone gravel beasts! The stone gravel beasts are here. Bang, bang, bang. Let me go. Ling Su stared angrily. You cold-blooded fellow. How can you watch them get killed by the stone gravel beasts? The black-clothed woman remained silent. Why wouldn't I? The old man asked. What an ingenious method. The old man praised lightly. Waves of air kept flashing with them as the center. Every time the Earth Affinity True Power and the Guardian Heart sword clashed, there would be countless of ripples of energy. Killing intent surged in his heart as he quietly snuck over. Then why did you stop me? Ling Su's eyes widened. The stone gravel beasts were like a tide, causing people's scalps to go numb. Of course not. Tang Tian said with a face full of righteousness. As long as you alone, you can help them stabilize the situation. I'll wait for an opportunity from behind and drag out the bastard behind these stone gravel beasts. The woman in black said hatefully, It's a pity that we met the Honorable Martial Alliance. Our plan is ruined. A light aura flashed past the stone gravel beast king's brown eyes. Its metal fist was infused with Earth Affinity True Power, striking toward Xie. Tang Tian said proudly, What a godlike young man with fiery eyes. With that kind of brain of yours, you will never understand. Are you sick today? Ling Su looked suspiciously at Tang Tian. Or are you planning something bad again? Guilin was scared silly. Until now, he still could not understand why the Xie Sword Village people were so fearless. The lady in black trembled, her eyes widened, and said angrily, You investigated me? Suddenly, ding, a steel fist blocked his sword. Xie Qing's eyes turned red and shouted, All the men of the Xie family, bring up the rear! Xie Wan, bring the rest, and retreat to the back of the mountain. The stone gravel beast king's intelligence was high. Seeing that Xie Qing, who was defeated by it a few days ago, was actually on par with it, it was enraged, and its ferocious nature erupted. Ha! To this godlike young man, a mount is simply a small problem. Tang Tian, in front of Ling Su's suspicious gaze, took out Flamingo, and generously said, I'll give it to you. You'll give him time? The lady in black asked. Bing suddenly appeared beside Tang Tian. Why did you think of a mount? Yes, Ling Su said with certainty. She immediately explained, After a few hundred years, the soil around the treasured sword will be changed by the power of the treasured sword, and the stone gravel beasts will not be able to get close. Has the Xie village been breached? The old man suddenly asked. His voice was hoarse and dry, extremely unpleasant to hear. The lady in black did not dare to say more. The old man in front of her had a fickle temperament and was a true demon who killed without blinking. And the other party had investigated her, which made her even more fearful. The light sound of the sword, even though it was so far away, could still be heard clearly. Tang Tian rolled his eyes and looked at Ling Su as though he was looking at an idiot. Can't you see that there are people behind the group of stone gravel beasts? To avoid the stone gravel beasts, Tang Tian came out from the back of the village, took a big detour, and headed towards the back of the stone gravel beasts. These people were the main culprits. The lady in black's face changed. A formless pressure suddenly caused her to be unable to breathe. She forced a smile. Don't worry, blind elder. The Onyx Soul Horse's information is definitely not wrong. Xie Qing's heart was indescribably sorrowful, but he knew it was not the time to be sad. He pointed his sword at Guilin and said in a deep voice, "All of you attack together. If you guys can survive, I will spare your lives." The old man was skinny, his eyes were blind, and on his knees was an old arrow. A very powerful fellow. Bing's poker face was gloomy. We will know once we touch them. They will definitely not be far away. But this question was quickly thrown to the back of his head, and he asked Bing suspiciously, "Uncle, you said the person commanding the stone gravel beasts. Who is it?" In the last battle, Tang Tian had noticed Ling Su's fighting style. Tang Tian's intuition was extremely sharp. He could feel that Ling Su's attack rhythm had some delay. Logically, with Ling Su's strength, such a delay would definitely not appear. After that, Tang Tian then realized the spear technique that Ling Su used that day was slightly different from usual. "Honorable Martial Alliance's people," the old man said indifferently, "you want to eat alone. Don't blame others." He suddenly released two weird cuckoo sounds, causing the lady in black to jump in fright. Not long after, suddenly, a few figures entered his vision. Xia family sword village. All the men who could hold a sword, all had red eyes, roaring as they rushed towards the stone gravel beast wave. The old man suddenly let out a light sound. Pai Pa quivered and immediately replied, "The mud wall has already been broken. The stone gravel beasts have already entered the village." Waves after waves of energy formed a storm, sweeping across the battlefield. "I heard that the ancient spear techniques all have special mounts. Do you know that?" Tang Tian asked. He said to himself, "The last time I met two outstanding young men, they actually did not appear this time. So weird. Why do you want to use the stone gravel beasts?" The old man ignored her anger and asked, "Relax, if we can really find that sword, that drop of blood will belong to you." The old man said indifferently, "For your sister to have an elder sister like you, her life is good." Tang Tian stared angrily, then, "I'll take it back." Guolin's face was pale, both his legs were white, but Xia Qing's sword tip was pointed at his throat. That threatening cold intent caused him to wake up. His face changed, he clenched his teeth. "All right." They were all alarmed from their training state. The moment the sword and fist clashed, a formless ripple suddenly exploded out. The old man shook his head, but very straightforwardly replied, "I don't know." Before everyone could react, they heard a loud bang. The unfinished mud wall in a moment broke into pieces. A few stone gravel beasts the size of small mountains, as though they were breaking dry weeds, rushed into the village. Inside the Pegasus silver carriage, Tang Tian pulled Ling Su, who was preparing to rush out. The two clashing figures attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. They were evenly matched. But the scales of the battlefield were quickly tilting towards the stone gravel beasts. The power of the Xia sword village's villagers was unable to stop the tide of stone gravel beasts. Now that he had the Pegasus silver carriage, Flamingo was idle in his hands, so he asked. The lady in black bit her lips and suddenly said, "This is Guodong's territory." He seemed to be moved and also seemed to be sighing. How did you know?" Ling Su was surprised and immediately said, "Mounts are not as simple as you think, and that toy is very expensive. I can't afford to play with it." If Tang Tian saw the lady in black, he would definitely recognize her. This lady was the onyx soul horse that he and Jing Hao met. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. With that, he jumped down from the Pegasus silver carriage, and from the back of the village, he quietly slipped out. Finally, the Xia sword village that had existed for 700 years had it come to an end. After thinking about it carefully, Tang Tian realized Ling Su's attacking style was not consistent because he lacked a mount. The first thing Tang Tian thought of was the bronze mechanical ostrich that was modified into Flamingo. Ling Su laughed out loud, flipped up, and urged Flamingo. Like a gust of wind, he rushed out of the carriage. A robust figure shuttled back and forth among the stone gravel beasts. Every sword would cause a stone gravel beast to fall. Before he finished, a rumbling sound came from afar, causing the ground to tremble like a sieve. "I hope your information is accurate," the old man said indifferently. Tang Tian was eager to try, bursting with confidence. Such a difficult task can only be handed over to a godlike young lad. Only then can it be completed. Everyone quietened down. Guolin's heart jumped. Could it be that the old ancestor had come? "I heard you found the Lyra treasury," the old man suddenly asked. Tang Tian did not know what was good, but he did. All the stone gravel beasts that were as big as hills were swept by the wave, and all fell to the left and right. Xie Qing's sword was like the wind. The sound of the sword ringing was like a gentle tide lingering in the ears. His empty eye sockets looked towards the direction of the Xie sword village. The lady in black noticed the old man's strange look and immediately followed his gaze. She had just arrived, although the old man did not say it clearly, but she could tell the previous mission was not successful. Chapter 209. In the blink of an eye, Ling Su had already rushed to the mud wall. "Pa!" Flamingo soared into the sky. Ling Su's vision suddenly widened. The entire battlefield was in his eyes. An indescribable heroic spirit was like a raging flame burning every part of his body. He used all his strength to grip the silver spear in his hand. His left palm lightly caressed Flamingo's head. I swear to help anyone who asks me for help. I swear not to harm any women." Ling Su jumped up and down a few times, and the stone gravel beasts around the mud wall were all cleared. The young man asked curiously, could it be that Uncle already knew? The knights of the ancient times carried their spears like this, fearlessly under the sound of the horn, trampling on the enemies in front of them. The mechanical beast under him was of superior quality. It was definitely something he had never seen before. People only knew he had been blind since he was young, but his training talent was outstanding, and he was proficient in music. Until one time he accidentally heard a low and hoarse arrow, and immediately fell in love with this instrument. "Teacher, little Su is still not as good as you, but little Su will definitely follow in your footsteps and work hard to walk down." With Ling Su's help, the situation immediately stabilized. Ling Su was invincible, rushing back and forth a few times. The pressure on the villagers immediately decreased. He did not know why, but he pulled the strings of the arrow. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of Ling Su. And Xiaoyu was only 19 years old. Even those famous geniuses in the immortal martial news, Xiaoyu was not inferior. When the silver spear in Ling Su's hand pierced through the third stone gravel beast, the first stone gravel beast finally fell to the ground. His strings were filled with sorrow, causing people to be unable to extricate themselves. "Uncle, what kind of treasured sword is it?" Guo Yu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Suddenly his gaze congealed. A fiery red and silver white figure, like a sharp spear, pierced into the group of stone gravel beasts. "I don't know either." Guodong smiled, then regained his cool. "But for the Xie family to protect it for 700 years, it is definitely an extraordinary, treasured sword." A warm aura rose from his heart. It was like his teacher's scent. Ling Su had always felt that his teacher had a unique scent, and now he finally knew what his teacher's scent was. Faith! Boom! Xie Qing, who was fighting with the stone gravel beast king, calmed down. The two masters had finally made their move. The combat power Ling Su displayed was even more astonishing than the last time. The scenery in his field of vision shook violently, but Ling Su remained unmoved. He had never married, and his only nephew was no different from his own son. All these years he had endured the loneliness of the sword village, all for Xiaoyu. At this moment, Ling Su had an extremely bold idea. The unprecedented contentment caused the fighting intent in Ling Su's body to be completely ignited. With a thought, Flamingo, who was sprinting at high speed, turned around and charged towards the mud wall. Her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her orange-red eyes burned with a raging fire. What about Guolin and the others? Guo Yu couldn't help but ask as he looked at Guo Lin, who was covered in wounds and struggling bitterly on the battlefield. The black cloak fluttered in the wind, and the dark red fire crow embroidered on the cloak looked as though it had come alive. Ling Su, charge! Flamingo landed heavily on the ground. It was small and slender, but the sound of it landing was extremely terrifying. It was like a heavy drum beating on everyone's heart, causing them to tremble. I don't know. Guodong shook his head. He has his channels. But such a method, only he can do it. You have to be careful in the future. Sound-type martial artists have many methods, which are unimaginable. Guo Yu noticed a change in Guodong's expression and followed Guodong's gaze and exclaimed, "Who is that?" After obtaining Flamingo, Ling Su realized that everything had become simple. He only needed to continuously pull out his spear. Unleash his spear, it was extremely easy. Such a high-speed piercing spear, to normal martial artists, might be a difficult task, but to Ling Su it was not difficult at all. Sorrowful Blind Cord, ranked 9900 on the Heaven Road list. The village will take good care of his family. Guodong said coldly. A hint of killing intent surfaced in Guodong's eyes. The stubble on his chin moved, and his voice became stern and cold. He is called Sorrowful Blind Cord. The wind blew on his face, whistling beside his ears. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments. That kind and gentle back view appeared in Ling Su's heart. That warm and kind gaze was like shining on his back. Oh, Guo Yu was a little disappointed, but he immediately thought of another question. Uncle, who is it? So powerful, he can actually control the stone gravel beasts. If he wants to attack our village, we can't stop him. Guodong looked at the chaotic battlefield from afar. His expression was indifferent. His thin chin was covered with hard stubble, causing people to think of the sharp antlers on the battlefield, brimming with aggressiveness. Charging to his heart's content and delight, caused the fighting intent in Ling Su's body to soar to the extreme. He only felt that his entire body was enveloped in flames, completely fearless. I swear to help my brothers. I swear to treat my friends with sincerity. I swear to love till death. In the sky, Ling Su, as though he was stepping on flames, his silver hair scattered, the spear in his hands disdainfully, extremely tyrannical. The stone gravel beasts in front of him appeared at an alarming rate. Ling Su's attention was highly concentrated. The spear in his hands always only had one movement, pierce. Beside him, a young man stood solemnly. The young man was dressed like Guodong. His face was sickly pale, his eyes were black and bright, his hands were thin and long. There were few moves in the pointed sea spear, all of which required a mount. But ever since he learned it, Ling Su almost never had the chance to use it. He roamed everywhere, full and hungry, eating in the wind and sleeping in the dew. Where would he find the money to buy a mount? Wild and simple, two completely different styles mixed together. But it was so dangerous and deadly. Don't worry. Guodong's cold face exposed a smile. Very few people know of his weakness, but Uncle is coincidentally one of them. Then we. Guo Yu was a little unconfident. You're called Flamingo? That's not a bad name. Then let's charge together. It was not the least bit bloated. Instead, it was exquisite like a work of art. But its strength was abnormally strong. When it ran, it was like a gust of wildfire wind. Break through their entire line of defense. The fiery red and silver interweaved into a magnificent light. It was so beautiful that it made people suffocate, but it was also so dangerous that it made people suffocate. His pointed sea spear had a long history and still retained many of the characteristics of the ancient spear techniques. But because of the high speed and strong impact, the same spear, the power would explosively increase by a few times. Flamingo's slender bird legs bent, the sharp bird claws digging deep into the soil. The Xie family's villagers only felt a gust of fiery red wind brushing past them, and the stone gravel beast in front of them suddenly fell to the ground. His temperament was unreasonable and cold, and he killed people like flies. His most famous incident was the once sensational, sorrowful Blood Night. That year, he passed by a city. Coincidentally, the place was holding a martial arts competition where experts gathered. The light brushed past the mud wall, like a pen, full of red and silver interweaved, glowing paint, smearing along the mud wall. The fiery red and silver interweaved light once again lit up. No one knew his name. Everyone called him Blind Cord Old Man. There was very little news about him, and the time he fought his way into the Heaven's Road list was earlier than Guodong. But Xiao Yu did not let him down. Under Guodong's meticulous training, Xiao Yu's strength was already very close to his. This stone Sword Peak. All these years I have come here countless of times, but I still have not found the treasure sword. Guodong once again looked at the intense battlefield side. The Xie family also does not seem to know the location of the treasure sword, so I am very curious this time what method will this group of people use to find the treasure sword. Feeling the surging power of Flamingo, Ling Su's heart was extremely excited. Spear techniques came from the battlefield, and the ancient spear techniques were mostly used on the battlefield and not in individual martial arts competitions. Flamingo immediately transformed into a blazing and violent fiery shadow, swiftly rushing forward. His gaze looked towards the endless stone gravel beasts, his orange pupils surging with fighting intent. Everywhere he passed, the stone gravel beasts fell like wheat being cut down. Ling Su suddenly crouched down. Flamingo seemed to feel his will suddenly increasing its speed, sweeping past a reckless and wild fiery red. He rarely appeared in front of people, and his battle record was rarely known. But his ranking had never dropped from the Heaven's Road list. His strength could be seen. A thick sadness enveloped the entire city. That night, 109 people committed suicide, including close to 20 martial artists whose strength exceeded the 6th level. His light sigh floated in the wind. Without any fancy, without any unnecessary movements. It was a stab on a high ground. Suddenly, the words from his teacher's old book flowed in his heart, in the wind. He could not help but to read it out loud. I swear to treat the weak with kindness. I swear to bravely fight against rape. I swear to fight against all wrongdoings. I swear to fight for the defenseless. Flamingo similarly lowered its body. The claws that were deeply embedded in the soil suddenly exerted force. They come with ill intentions. Guodong's voice was like the fire crow on his cloak, cold and demonic. I never thought the secret of Stone Sword Peak would finally be found out. In front of him was flying soil, but Ling Su was not affected at all. He lowered his body, his silver spear leveled, his voice like thunder. Kill! Those assholes hiding behind the scenes must be hiding behind the stone gravel beasts. If he could penetrate through the enemy's defense, then he could definitely force the enemy out. Flamingo, charge! Sad. Blind Cord. Guayu opened his eyes wide, stuttering, his sickly pale face exposed a look of shock. Blind Cord Old Man, why is he here? I also accidentally found out. Guodong looked at the young man. His gaze was gentle and warm. This was his nephew, and the only reason why he stayed in the Sword Village all these years. Ling Su lowered his body, the silver spear in his hand horizontally behind his back, the fiery red tassel hanging down like a floating red flame. With a flick of his wrist, using the forward momentum, the spear tip effortlessly pierced into a stone gravel beast's body. Flamingo did not stop, like a gust of blazing fire, swept past the stone gravel beast. Chapter 210. A martial artist on the Heaven's Road list. Just thinking about it made Tang Tian excited. To be able to exchange blows with such a strong martial artist, he would know his own strength, and he would know how far his own strength had reached. Guodong's sword actually enveloped everyone. Ling Su was like a red and silver interweaving blade slicing through tofu. Wherever the silver light shone, the frozen true power would quickly flow again. Tang Tian's fighting intent was boiling, his eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly rushed out. But Ling Su was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he felt his blood vessels expanding, and his fighting intent was blazing to the point of burning. And now that he had a weapon like Sky Tiger, his fighting intent was even more intense. Are you a coward? Tang Tian's gaze landed on the pale-faced young man. It seemed the sickly young man was a good target to break through. The entire battlefield was disrupted by Ling Su's actions. The stone gravel beast king roared and was about to pounce on Ling Su. But Xie Qing immediately understood Ling Su's intention. The sword in his hand suddenly resonated, the sword aura exploding, tightly coiling around the stone gravel beast king. And is the spear in your hand trembling? But Tang Tian felt an extremely strange qi, completely ignoring his true power, drilling straight into his arm, and in a moment his right arm was almost frozen. Thinking about the upcoming battle, Bing's heart was filled with anticipation. The previous battle with King Kong made him feel that it was not enough. He was born in the army, and his passion for battle was something that ordinary martial artists could not imagine. Is the willpower in your heart still so strong? The moment Tang Tian rushed over, Guodong suddenly felt it. Are you afraid? On the 10m high cliff, the old man in the wheelchair, with his empty eye sockets, revealed a playful smile. He did not refute Tang Tian's battle plan, because it seemed to be very reliable. With Tang Tian's current strength, to be a Terminator was rather difficult. But this rascal's indomitable intuition made him the best candidate to fight. The problem now was, how long would it take for the two of them to work together to kill the sickly young man? The oncoming wind suddenly became oppressive and suffocating. The whistling in his ears rumbled like thunder, and he couldn't hear anything. He was like a seasoned hunter, staring at the prey in front of him, his mind quickly calculating, looking for an opportunity to strike. His vision was so blurry due to the intense shaking caused by the high-speed running, but a carefree smile suddenly appeared on Ling Su's face. His smile was like the sun, like a raging fire. The youth was wild and heroic. The youth was as firm as iron. This was the first expert he had met on the list. The flamingo that was madly sprinting with all its might was like a wild, flaming wind in full bloom, while Ling Su on its body was like a cold and sharp blade on a flame. But Ling Su, are you afraid? Countless dark red frost quickly spread with an indescribable chill. It spread in all directions at an alarming speed. Tang Tian let out a furious roar as he flipped his right palm. His 5 fingers were like hooks, bringing with them a dazzling spark as they went straight for the fire crow sword ray. 5 minutes. Bing thought for a while and said. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw 2 figures that were like the wind. Bing and Ghost Claw. Suddenly, Ling Su's violently shaking vision revealed a few figures. His pupils constricted. What is this? Defeat him. Pooh. Rationality. What is that? Fire Crow Winter. Found you. But his heart was filled with a surging battle intent. Is your dream still shining brightly? Guodong's face changed. He did not think that someone would actually find him so close. Although he was attracted by the tyrannical charging of the flamingo rider and did not notice, but the strength of the ambusher was definitely not weak. Come, let me see how strong you are. He could see that the opponent was much stronger than him, or even much stronger. Guodong could not help but frown. The opponent was more troublesome than he thought. But to be able to fight his way into the Heaven Road list, he relied on more than just this cold fire crow sword. The opponent's chi was like an unfathomable cold pond, deep and cold. Ling Su actually had a feeling that he did not know where to start. After so many years of wandering and struggling, Ling Su's eyesight was extremely sharp, and he was extremely experienced. Who he could provoke, who he could not provoke, he was very clear. He had a bad temper, but he would definitely not provoke opponents that he could not provoke. That was the reason why he was able to live till now. Guodong's eyes constricted. Tang Tian, who was opposite him, pounced towards him again. Ling Su's actions surprised everyone. "Uncle, you and Ghost Claw, how long do you think it will take to get rid of that little one?" Tang Tian asked. That spear was called Justice Origin Core Pierce. He was about to make his move, but suddenly from the corner of his eyes he saw two figures appearing beside Guayu, and his face changed. But the current Tang Tian was like a raging volcano, spewing out battle intent, boiling blood. Even his bones were burning red steel. As if feeling Ling Su's will, Flamingo suddenly screeched, like a sharp blade piercing through the clouds. It was so decisive that it caused people's hearts to tremble. The surrounding stone gravel beasts were swept by the shock wave, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer. They fell to the ground and quickly became a pile of sand. Weird. Flamingo, will you always be brave and fearless? In a moment, Tang Tian's entire body was covered with a dark red frost. His body was frozen stiff. What made him even more shocked was he realized that the true power in his body was actually frozen too. Heaven Road List, 9,928 rank. Flamingo, are you also yearning to charge forward? Ling Su's roar reverberated in the wind. The sound of the collision was so light, it was like blowing out a candle. Although Guodong was shocked, he did not panic. Unknowingly, a dark red sword appeared in his hand. The opponent's target was Xiaoyu. Flamingo, go. Guodong did not even look, and swung his sword behind him. The dark red sword arc released by the cold fire crow sword was like a fire crow spreading its wings, quietly flying towards Tang Tian. The red silver flowing light was as straight as a blade. Fire Crow Executioner. Guodong. Heaven Road List 9928 rank. Tang Tian's arrogant face broke into a smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Guodong's mouth curled into a sneer. The cold fire that the cold fire crow sword brought was an extremely cold and evil flame. People without experience would fall for it the first time. Who? A dark red flame appeared on the sword body. And these rascals actually dared to have ideas on Xiaoyu. No wonder he was ranked 9928 on the Heaven Road list. A sword technique, it was indeed powerful. Just as Tang Tian was in shock, the silver martial spirit flame in his body suddenly jumped intensely, releasing a silver white light. Wherever the dark red frost passed, everything was frozen. 5 minutes, Guodong let out a long whistle. The cold fire crow sword in his hand exploded in flames. The terrifying pressure was like an invisible big hand, instantly enveloping the entire field. The dark red fire crow sword aura spewed out from the sword body, rushing into the sky. Logic told him, the current him, could not defeat his opponent. That's right, you're not his opponent. A loud explosion instantly resonated through the entire field. The wave of qi was much stronger than before, like a hurricane sweeping across. The blind old man in front of him was definitely someone he could not provoke. If it was in the past, he would definitely turn around and leave. Tang Tian's gaze was fixated on the middle-aged man in the black cloak. The fire crow on the cloak indicated his identity. Guodong was slightly surprised the opponent's claw technique was actually able to create sparks in the air, which surprised him. But the powerful force that erupted from his fingertips made him even more surprised. This rascal was actually not affected by the cold fire. Heaven and earth lost their color. Only the orange eyes were clear. I must defeat him. Those huge stone gravel beasts in front of them were as weak as paper. As if there was a voice shouting in his heart, this caused every cell in Tang Tian's body to tremble with excitement. Once the cold fire entered the meridians, the cold fire would spread like a poison. The silver hair danced wildly. The spear was like a dragon whistling through the air. The roaring airflow in his ears was like thunder, isolating everything outside, but it also made the voice in his heart even clearer. Old Crow, now it's the godlike young man's turn to make his move. Flamingo borrowed the momentum. Its skinny and tough bird claws opened its 5 fingers, fiercely digging into the soil. The fiery red figure suddenly rose up, like a reckless, angry flame, bringing the silver-haired young man, brazenly pouncing towards the old man on the wheelchair on the cliff. Tang Tian's heart was overwhelmed. It was his first time encountering such a weird chi. Tang Tian not only did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead became even more excited. To be able to battle with such a strong martial artist, it was such a delightful and exciting thing. But the taste of the cold fire was also not that good. Tang Tian did not pay attention to the battlefield. His attention was all on the 2 people in front of him. He could hear Ling Su's roar, but his state of mind was not distracted at all. In a moment, he saw through Tang Tian's intention. The dark red fire crow, sword aura, dropped down from the sky and exploded. His spirit was roused, his fighting spirit soaring. Tang Tian in battle was the most terrifying. True power freeze. Flamingo, are you thirsting for battle too? Guodong immediately flew into a rage. Guayu was not only his nephew, he was also his successor. All his hopes were placed on Guayu. One of Corvus Constellation's silver weapons, Cold Fire Crow Sword. The silver light that filled the sky transformed into a dazzling light spot, suddenly rushing forward. Tang Tian knew that his own strength could not compare to the fierce-looking fellow. However long Bing and Ghost Claw needed to spend to get rid of the sickly young man, he needed to hold him back. With Sky Tiger's Uncle Bing, it was like adding wings to a tiger. His strength had increased a step. Adding Ghost Claw, getting rid of the sickly young man should not be a problem. The 2 enemies were definitely not weak. But with Bing and Ghost Claw's helpers, it was a pity Magic Flute was not around. If not, their chances of winning would be higher. But Tang Tian did not care too much about it. Guodong, who was known as the Fire Crow Executioner, had killed countless people and had rich battle experience. At that time, his heart trembled, and he knew the danger. Flamingo's eyes lit up with a ray of light. Its speed that was originally like the wind suddenly increased again. Ling Su, who was on the back of the bird, only felt that the scenery in front of him was flying past, becoming a blurry line. Chapter 211. Guodong relaxed. His gaze landed on Xiaoyu, filled with anticipation. Is this the feeling of sorrow? Almost at the same time, tens of fire lines spewed out, forming a circular fire net around Guodong. The martial technique used by the spirit general was exactly the same as the one that attacked him. Guayu did not panic. The sword in his hand trembled. A dark red fire crow suddenly flew out from his sword rain, colliding into Ghost Claw's claw shadows. Sorrow's blind cord. No. After a while, his teacher struggled to get up from the pool of blood. He clutched his chest, fresh blood continuously flowing out from his fingertips. He took out a pill and swallowed it. No. Ling Su's eyes were about to pop out. It was the same type of martial technique, but when used by 2 people, the power was completely different. This was enough to prove the 2's understanding of martial techniques were not on the same level. Guodong stared coldly at Tang Tian, although the young man in front of him had astonishing speed, but he lacked a strong offensive method and could not unleash the power of his speed. But Guodong quickly calmed down. The cold fire crow sword in his hand continuously waved out. A dark red ring of fire suddenly spewed out from his feet and quickly spread to the surroundings. Ghost Claw's eyes suddenly burst out a ball of light aura. Both his claws brought out sparks, from red to glaring silver. 2 blazing rays of light from his 2 sides quickly converged in front of him. With Ghost Claw's claw strength, this attack actually did not gain any advantage. Xie Qing tried his best not to be affected by the melody. His mind was still clear, but his face was cold. Unknowingly, his tears were flowing. Many of the sorrows in his memories were like dusty old things, slowly opening up in front of him. A deep and powerful chord sound suddenly sounded out. The moment the 2 rays of silver light converged, The transparent sword screen rushed to Ghost Claw, coincidentally clashing with Ghost Claw's claws. But it was not that Tang Tian did not have anything to rely on, other than his astonishing intuition. His speed was extremely fast. After absorbing the angel blood and dwarf blood, his speed had leaped to the top in a night. And after he broke through to the 6th level, all aspects of his body had a comprehensive increase. The transparent sword in his hand lit up with a dark red flowing flame. That pill was exactly the same as the life-saving pill his teacher had swallowed in the pool of blood. The bowstring moved like flowing water. Guodong felt that he was surrounded by the figure of the other party. Ding, ding, ding. This is Heaven Road List Rank 9,900 Strong Martial Artist, a sound-type martial artist whose strength was even stronger than Guodong. Amidst his admiration, Guodong was relieved. Although the Spirit General was powerful, it would not be easy to defeat Xiaoyu with just one Spirit General. Teacher's face, disappointment in his eyes, endless darkness, forever reminding him of his pain, his self-exile. Tang Tian did not let his blood get to his head, no matter how fierce his fighting spirit was. Guodong's pupils suddenly dilated. Tang Tian's figure quickly circled around Guodong, but no matter how he waved his claws, the seemingly simple and crude fire net did not move. Ling Su watched in a daze. Even if it was an illusion, he was willing to see this side of his teacher. Guodong immediately looked at Guoyu. A transparent sword screen spewed out from the front of the sword tip and went straight for the ghost claw. Teacher could not believe his eyes as he fell into the pool of blood, a tall and sturdy figure. Shrouded in the shadows, a voice full of regret sounded out. "Is this the pointed sea spear? Such a pity, I thought it was so strong, but it was unable to satisfy me. But you don't have to worry, I will not disgrace it, because it is not worthy of me." The blind cord of sorrow. Suddenly, Ling Su was shocked to see. A spear tip suddenly emerged from his teacher's chest. Ling Su's spear was actually so slow. Wherever the sword screen passed, the soil flew, a deep and straight ditch, with the same speed, pushed forward. What a fierce and violent claw technique. Ling Su's vision blurred. He knew this was the opponent's method. He still tried his best to stab forward, but he could not control the sorrow, and it flooded every corner of his heart. The peacock armor made Tang Tian's movements become more agile, and completely made up for Tang Tian's lack of light body techniques. The feathers of the peacock armor, constantly changing. Tang Tian felt like he was a fish. No matter which direction he went, he was agile and free. This spirit general was definitely not a nobody. Guo Yu's expression was solemn, and he bellowed, "Zero cut!" But that figure did not hear his voice, and directly turned and left. Who? Xiao Yu's bright black eyes opened wide. In his slender right hand, there was a thin, long sword. This sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, close to transparent. Buzz! The long sword in front of his face suddenly slashed down. Endless sorrow instantly welled up in his heart. His speed had reached an extremely astonishing level. Tang Tian displayed his speed to the fullest. The increase in speed, other than allowing him to take the initiative, more importantly, the rhythm of the battle became faster. The faster the rhythm of the battle, the less time people had to think. Like this, his advantage in the aspect of intuition could be displayed to the fullest. Ghost Claw's eyes widened. The 10 skinny fingers suddenly brought about countless dazzling sparks and claw shadows. The mournful screams lingering in the ears. Teacher's figure was so clear that it was dangerous to touch. Ling Su muttered to himself, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Between the sword tip and the ghost claw, suddenly a blazing light aura burst out, the strength overflowing. The two swords just now made Tang Tian understand the opponent's strength was relatively strong. Just by relying on his fire scythe ghost claw, which had not been trained to the Grandmaster level, it was impossible to injure Guodong. Guo Yu's body emitted a faint undulation. The air was like it was being roasted, causing Guayu's figure to look somewhat blurry. The fiery red long sword was raised vertically in front of his eyes, his expression solemn. He bellowed, "Zero cut!" The spear tip lit up with a dazzling silver aura, the only star in the night sky. Miraculously, the blood stopped flowing, but teacher had aged overnight. Guidong was moved, grandmaster-level martial technique. The flames dissipated, a dark red fire crow appeared behind Guayu. The fire crow's body was dark red, spreading its wings, its black pupils were like two bottomless black holes. The moment the melody sounded, Ling Su's heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand. Ling Su felt as though he was struck by lightning. Bang! Zero cut. Not a bad name. Blind cord old man did not feel anything, and continued to pull the arrow's bow. A low and sorrowful sound flowed out from his fingers. Time seemed to freeze. Ling Su's tyrannical spear actually slowed down bit by bit. His own life was exchanged for his teacher's life. His teacher's familiar aging and coughing day after day made Ling Su finally understand why his teacher was always so sickly. Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw brought out a bright spark. He pushed his speed to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, Guidong was surrounded by silver afterimages and bright sparks. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had clashed more than 10 times. Countless astonishing strength chi exploded from the two of them. Too scary. When he saw Sky Tiger, he heaved a sigh of relief. The standard of mechanical martial artists were not high. But the skinny spirit general attracted Guodong's attention. The moment blind cord old man pulled the arrow's bow, the entire battlefield quietened down. Regardless of whether it was the stone gravel beasts or the villagers, they all stopped. It was not that he had never seen martial artists with good light body techniques, but he was still shocked by Tang Tian's speed. His tears were like a broken dam pouring down in torrents. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The sorrowful melody enveloped the battlefield. The dazzling light aura suddenly lit up, engulfing Ghost Claw and Guayu's body. In his hand there was a pill. He chewed it, mixed it with the wine, and fed it to the baby. The dark, red, flowing flame suddenly burst out from the sword body, in a moment engulfing Guayu's body. "You guys are underestimating Xiaoyu." Tang Tian spun around Guidong, the fire scythe ghost claw coming from all directions, clawing at Guidong. Every time the fire crow and fire scythe ghost claw clashed, the two of them would tremble. The lady in black was overwhelmed with shock. Her body was completely immobilized. Not even a finger could move. She felt her body being controlled. Her tears uncontrollably flowed down. The stone gravel beast stood there in a daze, and all the villagers had tears streaming down their faces, filled with sorrow. Guodong's eyes suddenly lit up. He already knew that Xiaoyu had a killing technique, but he had never seen Xiaoyu use it before. When he asked about Xiaoyu, he would always open his eyes wide with a face of innocence. The flames beneath his feet suddenly spouted out a line of fire. The line of fire circled around Guodong's body, and once again drilled into the flames beneath his feet. With a twist of his wrist, the long sword pierced out without any smoke or fire chi. No, this is not real. This is not real. But in the snow forest, the teacher suddenly stopped, seeing an infant. The infant's entire body was injured. His little face was already frozen. The teacher carried the infant, touched him for a while, and suddenly laughed. "Little rascal, you must live well. This is the last pill. Don't let me lose a few years of my life for nothing." Guidong was secretly surprised, such a fast speed. Xie Qing looked at the figure on the wheelchair in shock. He finally recognized who the old man was. Bang, bang, bang. He was the blind cord old man who was known as the sorrowful blind cord. This spear was as though it pierced through the sticky air. "No, you asshole, you scum." Ling Su's face was covered in tears, roaring at the top of his lungs. Ding! She was really looking forward to it. It was like a nightmare. This feeling caused her heart to be filled with fear. Her expression was blank. Guo Yu's sickly pale face surfaced a tinge of red. His black eyes, however, was filled with killing intent. The opponent's tenacity far exceeded his imagination. Teacher, Xiao Su misses you. The concentrated sounds of impact, continuously hitting the fire net, countless sparks flying. It was a beautiful sight. Guodong's eyes lit up. Such a ferocious claw technique, it was really rare. Blind-cored old man's face revealed a deep sorrow, his empty eye sockets. 2 streaks of tears rolled down. The lady in black's mind was blank. Ling Su's ferocious charge was like a ray of lightning, directly piercing in front of her. She did not even have the time to think of resisting. Chapter 212. Guo Yu's gaze suddenly turned cold, the sword in his hand once again raised. Who exactly is it? Entering the Heaven Road list, becoming one of the top 10,000 martial artists in the entire Heaven's Road, allowing his name to appear in front of billions of people. Glory, money, treasures, martial techniques, everything would be within his reach. This was the dream of countless martial artists. Guo Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Ghost Claw's figure in front of him was gradually fading. In mid-air, fresh blood splattered. Ling Su's eyes were tightly shut, unconscious. This battle was more daunting than dangerous. To Xiao Yu, it was a good training. The remaining mechanical martial artist was completely unable to pose a threat to Xiao Yu. From 9901 to 10,000, this 100 was known as the 100 battle zone. Poker Uncle. When Magic Flute returned to the recruit barracks, he could not help but exclaim, there was actually not a single person here. The melodious sound of the flute made the lady in black indescribably comfortable. The killing intent in her heart dissipated. She actually could not muster up a bit of fighting intent. Even though he was far away, Magic Flute could still see. Ling Su, who was thrusting his spear towards Blind Man, as though he was hit by a heavy hammer, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. The fire scythe, Ghost Claw on his fingertips, quietly changed. Guodong, who had been watching the battle from the fire net, finally heaved a sigh of relief. This spirit general's strength was indeed very strong, but Xiao Yu's sword was even stronger. Magic Flute thought in a daze, a faint sorrow and sigh rising in his eyes, especially when Magic Flute appeared when Guo Yu and Ghost Claw were at the peak of their battle. The moment the flute sounded, he stole everyone's limelight. In the sky full of silver light, the slender figure quietly stood there. The fire net in front of him, in Tang Tian's eyes, became more and more hateful. His speed became even faster, the fire scythe, Ghost Claw in his hands, no longer holding back. Blind-cored old man on the wheelchair exclaimed. The bowstring in his hand stopped, his empty eye sockets looking towards the direction of the flute sound. Tang Tian's eyes were red, and he roared in his heart. Tang Tian, how can you be so weak? Guodong's face revealed a gratified look. In the sky full of silver light, he slightly lowered his head, the copper flute in his hands, placed it to his lips. Why was his fire scythe Ghost Claw so weak? What a powerful claw technique! The flamingo used its beak to grab the unconscious Ling Su and ran with all its might. What a sad voice! His life must have been very unfortunate. Tang Tian knew that the fire scythe Ghost Claw was the pride of Ghost Claw and was entrusted to him. There was nothing that could make fire scythe Ghost Claw feel worse than being defeated in a one-on-one fight. Even if Ghost Claw's power had not fully recovered, Ghost Claw's level had not recovered. Roar, fire scythe Ghost Claw! At this moment he was burning with rage, and all his apprehensions were gone. Guodong looked at Guo Yu through the fire net, feeling extremely gratified. He had spent so much time and energy to finally groom Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Guodong sensed something and exclaimed in surprise. Wishful thinking. The stone gravel beast seemed to have awoken and started to attack the flamingo. Just based on the rankings, blind cord old man's power was definitely stronger than Guodong. He had to get rid of the sound-type martial artist first. The most taboo thing for a sound-type martial artist was to let the enemy get close to them. This sound-type martial artist was stupid, and actually ran so close to them it was too stupid. But the sound-type martial artist needed to be taken care of. But Guo Yu was still immersed in the victory of killing the opponent's powerful spirit general. Then what do we do? Sigh, Lei said bitterly. Uncle Poker Face is not here. Magic Flute's gaze was deep, and he sighed like the wind. Guo Yu's mouth curled into a smile. The mechanical martial artist protecting the sound-type martial artist. This strategy was rather correct. But a mechanical martial artist, how could he stop him? Me. Magic Flute pointed at his own face, stunned. After a while he laughed. I'm sorry, I never knew how to control a mechanical weapon. As for the helpless Tang Tian who was circling the fire net, Guodong did not care at all. From time to time, sparks would fly, but in Guodong's eyes it was just for show. In the next second, his pupils suddenly dilated. Finished, he slowly walked forward. On the long waiting list, everyone had the potential to fight their way into the Heaven Road list. Their eyes were red, thinking of all sorts of ways, continuously trying to challenge the experts on the Heaven Road list, hoping to be promoted. She knew how powerful they were, and her heart was overwhelmed with shock. But the black-robed lady did not expect to actually force his way in, a sound-type martial artist whose strength was not inferior to blind cord old man. The sorrow on blind cord old man's face deepened. The bowstring in his hand suddenly sank, and within the sorrow there was a hint of killing intent. Such a powerful sound-type martial artist. Suddenly, a blue figure rushed in front of Magic Flute. It was the mechanical martial artist. Suave and elegant figure, made Sai Lei's eyes light up with countless stars. Sai Lei's face was full of infatuation, both hands clasped in front of his chest. Wow, Uncle is so handsome! His figure became faster and faster, the true power at his fingertips increasing. This kind of martial technique that looked good but was useless did not have any value. Flamingo nimbly jumped. Bang. The rock fist smashed into the position it was just standing at, mud flying everywhere. He did not expect to meet such a powerful person the first time using it. These days, the standard of the mechanical martial artists were not high. At this moment, Ghost Claw's heart was dead. Although Guodong's ranking in the 100 battle zone had changed, but he had never dropped out of the Heaven's Road list. His strength could be imagined. In the entire Heaven's Road list, there was not a single mechanical martial artist. It could be seen how far the mechanical martial artists had fallen. He tilted his head, his clear eyes looking at the little black dot in the distance. His gaze landed on the blind man in the wheelchair. Something happened. When Magic Flute appeared by Tang Tian's side, his first reaction was not because of the explosion of silver light from Ghost Claw and Guayu, nor was it because of the fire web that Tang Tian was unable to break, but because of the mournful sound of the arrow. Ghost Claw's figure faded. His eyes coldly looked at Guayu, not saying a word. In the blink of an eye, Flamingo was surrounded by danger. And blind cord old man, who was pinned at 9,900, was even more thought-provoking. This ranking meant that immortal Marshall believed that his strength was enough to leave the 100 battle zone. Magic Flute's face revealed a smile. He warmly said, "Please do not worry, I will go. In exchange for him, he has already returned to the encampment." The moment Ghost Claw disappeared, Tang Tian's heart suddenly surged with anger towards himself. The smile on Magic Flute's face disappeared. He walked towards the light door. The lady in black, who was shocked, suddenly saw a blind cord old man from the corner of her eyes. She could not help but be stunned. Guo Yu's pale face became even redder. He tightly pursed his lips, his bright black eyes staring straight at Ghost Claw, his hand holding the sword, trembling slightly. Magic Flute appeared out of nowhere, causing everyone to be shocked. More true power. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Roar. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. Magic Flute admired for a while and commented, "Very beautiful." This also led to the fact that in any era, strong sound-type martial artists were extremely rare. As for the sound-type Spirit General, "That's great." Sai Lei excitedly jumped up, her ponytail drawing a beautiful arc in the air. "Uncle Flute is the best." Blind Cord Old Man sat there without moving, quietly listening. The stone gravel beasts that were as dumb as wooden chickens suddenly had a terrifying red light in their eyes. They roared continuously, and one of the stone gravel beasts fiercely punched towards Flamingo. He was full of confidence in the Zero form. Keeping them alive was just giving Xiaoyu a chance to fight. This was a very unique ranking. Suddenly, a clear and melodious flute sound leisurely floated over. The sound of the flute was like a gust of warm wind, blowing across the entire battlefield. The sword aura cut through the air, bringing along a sharp whistle, slashing towards Magic Flute. The silver light in the sky dissipated. Ghost Claw at this moment must be very disappointed. "Move your claws faster." "Very beautiful." Sai Lei's eyebrows immediately frowned. She did not like this kind of evaluation. She mumbled, "Not beautiful, but powerful. Uncle Magic Flute, help me try." Damn it. When Ghost Claw's figure completely disappeared, Guiyu could not help but reveal a victorious smile. The remaining mechanical martial artist was completely nothing to worry about. And Blind Cord Old Man's display of strength was completely worthy of his ranking. Her brain was moving quickly. She was thinking which sound-type martial artist could contend against Blind Cord Old Man. A figure panting, with his red eyes, stared fiercely at her. Sound-type martial artists were a relatively unorthodox type of martial artist, because sound-type martial artists, other than needing to have training talent, they also needed to be proficient in music and have some understanding of music. Xiao Yu's future would be brighter than hers. Guodong's stubbled face was cold. He had enough confidence to kill him, as long as he wanted to attack. As an Onyx Soul Horse, her understanding of the Heaven Road list was much deeper than the average martial artist. If one had a little research on the Heaven Road list, they would realize Blind Cord Old Man's ranking for the past 10 years did not change at all. 9,900. All the stone gravel beasts stopped moving. The red light in their eyes started to dim. They were both young people, but Xiao Yu's strength was obviously much higher than Tang Tian. To Guodong, Xiao Yu already had the qualifications to compete in the Heaven Road list 100 battle zone. Blind Cord Old Man string music was like a nightmare, but this string of flute music seemed to have a magical power. It was able to touch people's hearts. The competition in the 100 battle zone was intense. It was the Heaven Road list's strongest battle zone. It was also the fastest and most intense battle zone. Flamingo took the opportunity to rush out a large distance. Magic Flute smiled. He stood up, his tall figure and warm smile. It was unspeakable elegance. He nodded to Sai Lei, smiled. "I'm leaving. Please be careful." The surrounding fire net suddenly collapsed, became a sky full of sparks. His entire arm was numb, the blood in his chest churning. His Zero Slash. Ever since the day he comprehended it, he had never used it in battle. Zero Slash, from today onwards, must be famous throughout the world. The transparent sword in his hand vibrated. Buzzing lightly, the sword slashed towards Magic Flute, who was concentrating on playing. Ling Su, who was flying backwards, looked like he was about to fall into the group of stone gravel beasts. Suddenly a red figure rushed out. It was Flamingo. Previously, because he had used the fire scythe Ghost Claw too much, his entire body was injured. It made Tang Tian hold back. The crane body true power in his body was surging like never before. But the collision between the two killing techniques did not change because of his flute music. "It's finally done." Sai Lei looked at the new mechanical weapon in front of him, his face revealing a satisfied look. Tang Tian, who felt the same, was extremely angry. His attention was unprecedentedly focused. All his attention was on the fire net in front of him and the finger-type fire scythe ghost claw. Chapter 213. This luxurious equipment, it was impossible for Guodong not to be jealous. Without thinking, he roared. The transparent sword in his hand was enveloped in dark red flames and swung out. Not good. After image. Who? Guodong stared in disbelief at Tang Tian's 10 fingers that were emitting sparks. But once he lost hope, the incomplete martial spirit would face extinction and completely disappear. Tang Tian gasped for breath. The true power in his body was boiling hot. With red eyes, he was like an angry bull, staring at Guodong. He looked straight at Guodong, straightened his back, and started to wear the bleeding cat blade scythe in an orderly manner. Usually, when Tang Tian trained, he was barehanded and did not wear any claw equipment. Such a scary brat. But Guo Yu was overjoyed. Once this thought came out, he could not stop it from occupying his mind. No matter what. Guodong was overwhelmed with shock. He had never seen such a freak, to be able to improve so quickly in a battle. After wearing the bleeding cat blade scythe, the power of the fire scythe gloves increased exponentially. The bleeding cat blade scythe was indeed a silver weapon of Lynx constellation. It had the effect of a blood scythe. Every claw would definitely have a blood scythe. Ghost Claw, you must see it. Ghost Claw, you must not lose hope. Tang Tian also raised his head, raising his face. Tang Tian gasped for breath, opened his eyes wide, and stared fiercely at Guodong. His hands were naturally hanging by his side. His 10 fingers were like 10 fireworks, constantly emitting dazzling sparks. This brat actually broke through the fire net. Fire scythe, Ghost Claw. This was his own fire scythe, Ghost Claw. Everyone could not help but raise their heads, looking at the terrifying black light descending from the sky. The sparkling gloves with sparks. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Tang Tian only had this thought in his mind. He did not feel the sparks on his 10 fingers. The boiling crane, true power, poured into his 10 fingers, continuously producing sparks. That is the pride that you have never given up. Tang Tian shouted loudly in his heart. Unknowingly, he felt very sad. In his heart, Ghost Claw was both a teacher and a friend, like a relative, and not just a spirit general. There was a soft cry, and the sharp sound of claws clashing against each other was like a wild cat opening its eyes in the dark night to reveal a trace of dark red. This guy, how did he do it? The battle between Tang Tian and Guodong was extremely intense. The increase in strength wasn't huge, but Guodong had never seen such a thing happen in a single battle in his rich combat career. He suddenly made his move, but even so, he quickly suppressed Tang Tian, and it was a complete suppression. Guodong's true power had reached the 7th level, and against Tang Tian, who had just broken through to the 6th level, he had the absolute advantage. He had immersed himself in sword arts for decades, and was much more accomplished than Tang Tian in claw arts. Guo Yu only saw a blur in front of him, and Sky Tiger instantly appeared in front of him. He was immediately overwhelmed with shock. So fast! What really surprised him was that the resistance coming from the tip of the sword was continuously getting stronger. Bing lowered his eyes, and Sky Tiger opened up its blue feathered wings. Suddenly, the wind behind him caused his smile to freeze, and at the same time, Sky Tiger that was slashed in front of him gradually dimmed down. Silver armor, especially the shiny gloves that Tang Tian had just comprehended, compared to Ghost Claw's fire scythe Ghost Claw. There was an obvious difference. Guodong did not show any weakness. The cold fire on the cold fire crow sword was sinister and strange, making it hard for people to defend against, and his attainments in the fire crow sword was extremely profound. The might of every move was rather astonishing. Fire scythe gloves! The wind from the fist brushed past the back of his head, causing the back of his head to go numb, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. Guo Yu stared blankly at the unharmed Sky Tiger in front of him. I must see it. From now on, This technique will be called fire scythe gloves. Armor, a type of treasure amongst treasures. Compared to treasures, it was not inferior. Is it finally coming? And the battle quickly? Impossible. His eyes were so bright that it could pierce through people's hearts. He had imparted the fire crow sword to Guan Yu, and Guan Yu's enlightenment on Form Zero was completely different from his. So strong. Seeing the light aura of the fire scythe ghost claw, Guan Yu did not have time to think and fiercely pounced forward. Who? Tang Tian knew. Seeing that his level had dropped, his vitality had not recovered, his martial spirit was incomplete. To Ghost Claw, it was meaningless. This arrogant and cold man could not tolerate any failure. Bing looked at Guan Yu, his emotions complicated. Guan Yu's breathtaking slash. Even he felt that it was breathtaking, but he did not expect that that slash could actually cause Ghost Claw's figure to disappear. Guodong's expression was solemn. His wrist shook. Who? The cold fire left the sword and soared into the sky, like a fire crow spreading its wings. Buzz. Without waiting for him to get up, a chain of attacks followed. He immediately chuckled. This sword is called the Cold Fire Crow Sword, Corvus Constellations, Silver Treasures. Treasures versus treasures, it's very fair. The bleeding cat blade scythe in his hand trembled lightly, like a cat in the night, hungry and thirsty. Tang Tian's equipment made him drool. He simply could not understand. Where did Tang Tian get so many treasures from? Thinking about how he had spent so much effort just to get a cold fire crow sword. Looking at Tang Tian again, the bleeding cat blade scythe was Link's Constellation's treasures, and what made him even more unimaginable was the silver armor. In Tang Tian's mind, Ghost Claw's lonely, withered, and crooked back view appeared. He was a man who had placed all of his pride, glory, and passion for life into this martial skill. He knew this was a huge blow to Ghost Claw. It was beyond imagination. Guodong was also a decisive person. Once he had made up his mind, he did not hesitate. The cold fire crow sword in his hand suddenly burst into flames. The cold fire suddenly sprang up, like a fire crow spreading its wings, but it was extremely cold. Clang! Guodong almost cried out in shock. In the exchange just now, he had already felt out Tang Tian's strength. With Tang Tian's strength, he definitely could not break through his own fire net. The fire scythe and blood scythe interweaved. Every claw of Tang Tian was extremely powerful. Tang Tian realized that the sparks that were formed from the true power were much stronger than the sparks that were formed from friction in the air. The fire scythe gloves meant that Tang Tian already had his own understanding of the fire scythe ghost claw. Tang Tian's heart suddenly calmed down. His red eyes regained their calmness. That cold light aura seeped out with a terrifying aura. A silent shout resonated in Tang Tian's heart. Ghost Claw! Let me prove the power of the fire scythe Ghost Claw. But burning true power, it consumed a lot of true power. So Tang Tian controlled the speed of burning true power and formed the Sparks gloves. Bing's heart was filled with killing intent. He knew that Ghost Claw had always been proud, so Bing never interfered with Ghost Claw's battles. Ghost Claw, Fire Scythe, Ghost Claw can definitely defeat them. The shock in Guodong's heart was extremely intense. Tang Tian's raised face was as hard as a rock. The arrogance in between his eyebrows carried a hint of madness. The turbulent true power unreservedly spewed out from his fingertips. In a moment, it was like a small fountain of sparks. The dazzling Sparks gloves flickered continuously. But on his face there was no fear. Then, let's end this quickly. Ghost Claw's martial spirit was incomplete. Logically speaking, with such a serious, incomplete martial spirit, it was impossible for it to appear. But in Ghost Claw's martial spirit, there was a strong obsession and unwillingness, which allowed him to once again appear. The terrifying deep vibrations filled the entire field. Even magic flute's flute sounds were suppressed. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently. The terrifying formless undulations from the fire, crow, guillotine, dissipated. The cold fire drew an arc in the sky. Suddenly diving down, the cold fire fluttered in the flames. A black and red-eyed fire crow was faintly discernible. The red, cold pupils, so cold that it caused people's hearts to palpitate, opened its wings, suffused with a cold, sharp aura, like a black guillotine. Why did he have the feeling that his comrade had died? Guodong was not surprised. That was normal. To an average martial artist practicing the same martial technique, maybe it would be very similar. But to a true expert, the same martial technique, the understanding and interpretation, would be completely different. Tang Tian panted. When he was attacking the fire net with all his might, the true power in his body had broken through a critical point. The crane body energy produced a miraculous reaction. The fine crane true power gushed out. Under the control of the fire scythe Ghost Claw, it formed countless sparks. The Fire Crow Executioner's strongest killing technique. Fire Crow Guillotine. Tang Tian's sporadic counterattacks started to make him feel danger. That's impossible. With a roar, Tang Tian's eyes were red, his face was sinister. He was not afraid of death. He welcomed the suffocating black light and pounced forward. Guodong took a deep breath. He was already unsure. If he continued to suppress Tang Tian, would he be able to crush him? The blazing light aura brewed in his 10 fingers, converging. Guodong could naturally see Tang Tian and Ghost Claw were using the same martial technique. But the same martial technique in different hands had a completely different feeling. A dark red flame aura slashed towards Sky Tiger's waist. Tang Tian did not say a word. The fire scythe gloves once again appeared on the bleeding cat blade scythe. But at this time he took out the bleeding cat blade scythe. Suddenly, Guiyu felt as though he was suddenly in a storm. All around him were the attacks of the enemy. He could not breathe at all. The distance between both parties was too close. This slash Sky Tiger was unable to dodge, and took the full brunt of it. The sky seemed to darken in an instant. The spewing sparks slowly congealed in the blink of an eye. A layer of fine sparks formed a sparks net, enveloping Tang Tian's palm. Ghost Claw, don't be discouraged. In terms of strength, even if Tang Tian had just comprehended the fire scythe gloves, he would not be able to contend with Guodong, who was ranked 9928 on the Heaven Road list. But adding the power of the silver peacock armor and the 2 blood meridians, Tang Tian was actually able to block Guodong's attack. Tang Tian was not willing for Ghost Claw to die, not at all. Guodong's pupils constricted and said, "Bleeding cat blade scythe." Link's Constellation's silver treasure weapon. The crane body energy in Tang Tian's body surged unceasingly, as though there was a majestic white crane, continuously flapping its wings, the surging true power surging unceasingly. Guodong's sword body immediately pressed down, pointing straight at Tang Tian and bellowed, "Kill!" This brat is improving. His sword just now was actually blocked by the mechanical martial artist in front of him. It was not strange for him to suppress Tang Tian. Such a heavy blow. Whether or not Ghost Claw could recover, he was not sure. The man who had not perfected this martial technique to his satisfaction, and was unwilling to die. Chapter 214. Fire Scythe, Ghost Claw. This was the radiance of Fire Scythe, Ghost Claw. When the surging true power entered Tang Tian's head through his neck, Tang Tian's body suddenly froze. His bloodshot eyes lost focus. But in his pupils there was a snow-white crane silhouette. 10 stars flew out from his fingertips, revolving in the air, transforming into 10 rays of light. The rays of light that flew out converged into 10 sharp lights, like 10 fireflies flying towards the black light. Bang, bang, bang. The dazzling silver light blossomed from Tang Tian's 10 fingers. The 10 blazing balls of light were like 10 shining stars. Ghost Claw stared blankly. Ghost Claw's skinny face exposed a warm smile. All the knots and stubbornness in his heart all disappeared. In his heart there was only unparalleled satisfaction and unprecedented relief. The ball of light enveloping Tang Tian's fingers with a speed visible to the naked eye, changed from a fiery red to a blazing silver white. Ghost Claw's mouth suddenly exposed a bitter smile. Slowly, the smile spread like a ripple until it became a hearty laugh, trembling with his dantian as the center, extended to every corner of his body. If Tang Tian was not wearing any clothes, he would see the trembling ripple, like a ripple, with his dantian as the center, spreading in all directions. Is this true power? No. But the only regrettable thing was these martial techniques did not have any top-notch martial techniques. It's still not enough. Please accept my final gift. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly widened. The fire scythe ghost claw card on the martial technique wall had an additional layer of faint light aura. Godlike young lad, you must do your best. Young lad, I will not be able to fight side by side with you in the future. Behind the light door, Ghost Claw's thin figure floated in the air. Tang Tian could not hold it in any more. Tears flowed out of his eyes, and he bawled. Bloom, Demon King, blazing firefly, a golden light scar, congealed in the air, did not dissipate. After a second, the light scar transformed into a door. True power continuously flowed into the ball of light, incessantly burning. Godlike young man, thank you. He watched in a daze as Tang Tian roared, looked at Tang Tian's fire scythe gloves, looked at the dazzling ball of light in Tang Tian's hand, and looked at Tang Tian rushing towards the dark light like a moth flying into a flame. Ghost Claw, why can't I feel your chi? Impossible, looking at the martial technique wall behind the light door. Ghost Claw raised his finger, touching the fire scythe Ghost Claw card. For some reason, Tang Tian did not feel the slightest joy of victory. Seeing the radiance of the fire scythe Ghost Claw, in a forgotten corner of the Aquarius martial cabinet, a small bronze crane suddenly lit up with a misty light. That was the bronze crane that Tang Tian had obtained in Three Spirit City. His body trembled violently like a sieve. Tang Tian was also hit by the arrow. His body stiffened and his pupils dilated. This was, young man, I saw it all. Behind the light door there was no one. The fire crow guillotine was getting closer and closer. The despair in Tang Tian's heart became more and more intense. He knew that his move could definitely defeat the opponent, but the prerequisite was that he had enough true power. Behind the light door, there were many gold cards arranged neatly. Crane hung the sword back on his waist, tidied up his clothes. With a solemn expression, he walked into the light door. Godlike young man, you must do your best. The surging true power burned wantonly at his fingertips. The crane true power in his body was stirred to the maximum. His 5 fingers that were hanging by his side opened up. Every finger was wrapped with a blazing red ball of light. The true power flowed along his arms, through his wrists, and through all 10 fingers. Seeing the 10 blazing rays of light flying out, Tang Tian's heart suddenly calmed down. Crane held onto the sword with both hands and slowly slashed down. Young man, I am truly grateful to you. Crane's expression was solemn. Holding onto the sword with both hands, he raised it up high and bellowed. Tang Tian's eyes opened wide. The wind whistled in his ears. In his eyes there was only the fire crow guillotine that was descending from the sky. The true power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas erupted from his dantian without any warning. Like a surging flood, it swept through the meridians in his body, whistling forward. Guodong was hit hard, his body flew out, spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Tang Tian, well done. Every ball of fire-red light was like a red star. When he opened up his 10 fingers, they were like 10 stars. Bang! Guodong's face changed. In a panic, he used the cold fire crow sword to block in front of him. 3 light auras floated onto the sword blade. Pa, pa, pa! The cold fire crow sword exploded into 3 pieces. So, the burning of true power was the profoundness of the fire scythe ghost claw. Tang Tian roared like a wild beast. All the true power in his body frantically poured into his 10 fingers. He did not care about the damage it would cause to his body. Time seemed to freeze. The stars in front of him, the sparks that were spewing out. Compared to the sparks that were produced from friction in the air, the power was much stronger. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the astonishing chi from the dancing sparks on Tang Tian's palms. Ghost Claw, did you see that? Bing even talked about the other use of the cross door, which was to deduce martial techniques. He suddenly stopped talking. His skinny fingers clenched into a fist. His wooden face was filled with happiness. He faced the cross door and said, "Tang Tian, well done." The sword in his hand suddenly lit up with a dazzling gold light aura. Crane's face was reflected in it. Guidong activated his true power. His entire body was covered in dark flames. Like a fire crow, he rushed in front of Bing and blocked one of Bing's heavy hammers. He took the chance to save the injured Guayu. A clear cry of a crane sounded in Tang Tian's mind. Flash fist, minute collapsing fist. Tan Tue, scattering vortex. No way. It's called Demon King, Blazing Firefly. It's a nice name, right? Come on. He stared blankly at Guidong, who was flying out. Suddenly, a lingering sound came from the wind. Suddenly, Tang Tian's pupils constricted. The true power in his body, at such a crucial moment, was actually all gone. Suddenly, 3 fireflies flew out from the explosion towards Guidong. True power, all of true power. This was the real fire scythe, Ghost Claw. Every time Tang Tian trained in a martial technique and comprehended a killing technique, the martial technique would appear behind the cross door, transforming into a gold card. Currently, the number of cards behind the cross door was not small. That year, the martial technique wall was filled with martial techniques. The fusion of the martial technique cards had formed many new martial techniques. But this fusion required the intervention of a martial spirit. The meridians were like a dried-up riverbed. The lingering sound floated in the air. Tang Tian's face was sinister and fierce. His eyes were bloodshot. He only had one thought in his mind. "I'm coming." Crane was startled. Immediately, his face revealed a look of joy. He grabbed the sword. Following that, his face revealed a look of disbelief. He muttered, "Heavenly Light Pellet Crane." He actually obtained the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane. "But young man, before I disappear, please accept my last bit of power." Not knowing why, Tang Tian's nose felt sour. He bit his lips tightly, looking at the 10 lights flying in front of him. They were like shooting stars. I must let Ghost Claw see it." Tang Tian did not chase. He stood there in a daze. His heart was filled with sorrow. Tang Tian suddenly regained his senses. The white crane dancing in front of him had disappeared. The whistling black light was already right in front of him. The sharp tip was pointed at his face. Ghost Claw's figure could be seen with the naked eye. It was fading away. Tang Tian, who had lost his focus, looked as though he was looking at a beautiful white crane dancing in the air. It was as though he was reborn. The gloominess and stupefaction on his face disappeared. His wrinkles smoothed out. His crooked back straightened. "Ha ha ha ha. Strong. I really need to be much stronger." He activated the crane-style chi manual even more frantically. True power. He needed more true power. Tang Tian bit his lips tightly. His gaze was fixated on the black blade that was getting closer. His face did not show any signs of retreat. He continued to activate the crane-style chi manual with all his might. Is that Fire Scythe Ghost Claw? The bronze crane transformed into a green light and entered Tang Tian's body. Although my martial spirit is already dim, although my obsession is gone, although I am about to dissipate into mist and wind, although I am completely liberated, I am about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. After being stunned for a while, Tang Tian was immediately enraged. Crane, who was trekking across the mountains and rivers, suddenly, the sword at his waist trembled violently. Ghost Claw. The 10 lights on his fingertips were dazzling. They were like the brightest stars in the sky. The true power flowed along the dried-up riverbed. It was unstoppable. Tang Tian did not have time to react. Every time the true power passed through a meridian, his body would tremble. Definitely. Ghost Claw's thin figure lit up with a misty light. The light flowed along his fingertips and entered the fire scythe Ghost Claw. Under Tang Tian's roar, the fire scythe gloves lit up with a dazzling light. The fire crow guillotine was trembling. Ghost Claw calmly walked to the back of the light door. Isn't it beautiful? Without thinking, the 10 fingers on his palms, which were spread open, suddenly grabbed at that black light. Young man, thank you. Thank you so much. But the dried-up meridians did not have a drop of true power. Ghost Claw's face suddenly revealed a trace of reluctance. He suddenly shouted, "Godlike young man, you must do your best." That's right. This is true power. Heavenly Crane from the same origin. In the name of Heavenly Crane constellation, open. The blazing heat from his fingertips brought with it an aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. The 10 lights and the black light got closer and closer. Ghost Claw, can you see it? But please don't be sad. This incomplete soul of mine is already incomparably satisfied. Ghost Claw's gaze landed on the fire scythe Ghost Claw card that just appeared. Bing had mentioned about the light door. Behind the light door was the martial technique wall. The entire army's martial techniques were all on it. But now, all these martial techniques had disappeared. That was also why he wanted to teach Tang Tian martial techniques. But he had no way to do so. He could only start training. Tang Tian, whose anger had disappeared, shouted silently in his heart. In the light, Ghost Claw's figure quickly became fainter and fainter. Countless light rays blossomed in front of him. The air in front of him exploded. Countless waves of air swept out from the center of the explosion. Floating in the air was like a withered leaf in the wind. His vision trembled violently. The more true power he ignited, the stronger the power of this technique would be. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Chapter 215. Ling Su's eyes were shut tight, his body curled up into a ball and trembled slightly. Blind Cord Old Man listened attentively until the sound of the flute disappeared. I am a disciple of the Crane sect. You can call me Crane. Crane still had a faint smile on his face and said politely. Crane glanced at the unconscious Ling Su. A look of surprise flashed past his eyes. It was his first time seeing someone dressed so similarly to him. Godlike young lad, I will definitely do my best. Tang Tian was startled. He immediately rubbed his eyes, and the figure in front of him became clearer. That despicable arrow old man. Tang Tian was enraged. The next time I meet him, I will definitely beat him up. Tang Tian, who was in a bad mood, stared at Crane, no matter how he looked at him. He was not pleasing to the eye. This fellow actually looked like a sissy like Ling Su. Sissy was the most unlikable. Everyone was shocked and curiously looked at the starry door. What would appear from the starry door? Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the starry door. The black-robed lady's masked face revealed a look of struggle, but she bit her lips and did not object. In truth, she knew that she did not have the power to object. If the Crane sect did not even know the Crane body energy, how could they have any high-quality goods? Magic Flute opened his mouth. He has a heart demon. Tang Tian was stunned and blurted out, Ling Su, quickly come and see, it's your twin brother. He knelt on one knee, both legs landing heavily on the ground. The moment he landed, his body did not move an inch, and a circular wave of qi suddenly swept across the surroundings. The so-called treasures referred to the top-quality treasures of every level of treasures in the constellation. These top-quality treasures, compared to the same level treasures, were much stronger. Suddenly, a gentle and polite voice cut in. Hello, may I ask, are you training in the Crane body energy? The heavenly light pellet crane was a silver treasure of the heavenly crane constellation, and was the strongest treasure in the entire heavenly crane constellation. The heavenly crane constellation was a small constellation, and the only gold treasure was the crane sword. The 3 silver treasures naturally were the top treasures of the entire heavenly crane constellation. In the dead silence, Crane's gaze slowly swept across everyone. Crane regained his senses and immediately bowed seriously and said sincerely, "My humble sex crane body energy has already been lost. I want to find my sex true inheritance from you. I hope your excellency can fulfill my wish." In the middle of the chi wave, the white-robed crane was untainted by a speck of dust. Everyone was roused. Even blind-cord old man who could not see tilted his head, his ears slightly trembling, obviously listening attentively. What a strange inner demon! What a strange young man! The black-clothed woman panicked. "My lord!" He was like a rock, falling rapidly, the strong airflow blowing against him, making it hard for him to open his eyes. "Stop crying." How could a godlike young man cry? How embarrassing! He looked like a rookie. Bing, who was in the Sky Tiger, had a poker face and immediately relaxed. "Stargate. I will definitely do my best." What could be more shocking than the sudden appearance of a starry gate in the sky? Bang! Tang Tian did not even look at Crane, who was descending from the sky. He was still immersed in the sadness of Ghost Claw's disappearance. He who was bawling his eyes out sat on the ground, snot and tears flowing down his face, sobbing and twitching. Tang Tian did not struggle out of the inner demon by himself. It was his inner demon that was constantly eliminating the negative emotions. No. Magic Flute shook his head straightforwardly. Everyone's inner demon can only be struggled out by themselves. This bunch of Crane sect disciples are so disappointing. Tang Tian waved his hand and said loudly, "All right, why are you looking for me?" Sky Tiger came over, and Bing's surprised voice came out from inside. "Aya, you really look like him." Only a godlike young man would have the qualifications to be called handsome and suave. The rest were all sissies. If it was any other day, Tang Tian would definitely be very arrogant and proud of himself, but now he was anxious. Is there any way to help Ling Su? When Crane stepped out of the starry door, his expression froze. The gold light opened up, transforming into a starry door. Crane's leg stepped through the starry door. Tang Tian cursed continuously. His expression was sloppy. "I can teach you the crane body energy, but this is something that I have painstakingly comprehended. What can you use to exchange for it?" But he quickly retracted his gaze. Facing Tang Tian, he shook his head and said, "I am sorry, I have nothing to do with him. May I ask, do you train in the crane body energy?" If blind cord old man suddenly changed his mind, then her goal this time would definitely fail. Following that, he waved his fists at the unconscious Ling Su and shouted, "Ling Su, you must be brave. What heart demons? That's all bullsh *T. Defeat them all. Use it to stab." To be able to activate the heavenly light pellet crane, one must have extremely profound attainments in the crane body energy. That was why Crane did not hesitate to use the power of the crane sword to open the starry door. Everyone stared blankly at the starry door that suddenly appeared in the sky. They were so shocked that they could not speak. The moment the starry door opened, a strange chi instantly enveloped the entire place. His gaze finally landed on Tang Tian. Yes, Magic Flute's gentle voice had a tinge of solemnity. The most common technique used by sound martial artists is to awaken the inner demon. Music naturally has the ability to influence people's hearts, and sound martial artists are even better. They can awaken the inner demon hidden deep in people's hearts. Almost everyone has inner demons. Some are obsessions, some are emotions. There are all sorts of them. Usually people will be in a calm and rational state, and the inner demon will usually be suppressed. But suppressing it does not mean that it can be eliminated, and inner demons are hard to eliminate. Once the inner demon awakens, if one is unable to struggle free from it, Then it will be dangerous. Inner demon. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head. He sighed softly. What a magical flute sound. It reminds me of Senior Magic Flute, who has already passed away. I never thought that I would be able to hear such a heavenly sound. This time it was not a wasted trip. What are you trying to do? Tang Tian looked at Crane with a face of caution. Tang Tian was shocked and jumped up. Ling Su. It's a person. Ah, you're a disciple of the Crane sect. Tang Tian was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Do you have a rank 6 Crane-style Chi Manual spirit card? What about a rank 7 one? In Tang Tian's dictionary, there was no such word as handsome. Even if there was, it was only for himself. That's right. Magic Flute's eyes flashed a strange look and nodded. But it doesn't seem to be effective on you. Please say it, Crane said seriously. As long as Crane has it, or can do it, there's definitely no problem. And the armor was also very special. It was an armor-type treasure that could cover one's entire body. The formation of the armor was far more difficult than other treasures, so its power was also much stronger than normal treasures. Let's go. Blind Cord Old Man said indifferently. For this flute song, we won't use our weapons today. Blind Cord Old Man raised his hand. Stopping the lady in black from continuing, he said, In this flute song, there's a faint sorrow of parting, a blessing like the sun and time. Do you know time? It's the marks of time. This is a wise man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. I am not as good as him. After crying, Tang Tian started to regain his courage. Tang Tian was immediately disappointed and mumbled, Then what's the use of you? Crane's expression turned sluggish. Tang Tian wiped his tears, his eyes regained his determination, and was about to climb up. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in his vision. What's the use of me? Ghost Claw, woo woo woo. That was one of the 3 silver treasures of the heavenly Crane constellation that had been lost for many years. Every constellation's star treasures were a huge series. They were many in number and were divided into bronze, silver, and gold. But Crane did not expect that the opponent would actually obtain the heavenly light pellet crane. But among them, there would be some special existences, like treasures or armors. But he did not panic and very quickly calmed down. When he was close to the ground, he held onto the crane's sword by his waist and shouted, Snow Crane wings! If not for the heavenly light pellet crane, the crane sword would not have such a strong reaction. Tang Tian muttered to himself, his voice getting louder and louder, his tone becoming more and more determined. This is... The lady in black was dumbstruck. Her lips trembled, but she was unable to say the rest of her words. But Tang Tian's heart demon was extremely strange. His heart demon was also sad, lonely, but like him, it was filled with sunshine. Pada pada! A series of footsteps came out from behind. It was Flamingo carrying the unconscious Ling Su running over. Just as they were about to turn and leave, the sky suddenly lit up with a gold light. He suddenly reacted. His face changed. He was high up in the sky, very high up in the sky. Crane shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, my sect has been declining for a long time. The 6th and higher level crane-style chi arts have already been lost. On his back, a pair of snow-white crane wings appeared, and he suddenly stopped falling. But the cliff far away was empty. Blind Cord Old Man had already left. Every person's heart demon was definitely gloomy, ruthless, vicious, etc. That was also why the heart demon was so scary. Looks like it was a fat sheep. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. He was finally about to see his target. After asking around for so long, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the result was as expected. He did not find anything. Ah, Tang Tian reacted. He turned his head, looked at Crane, and asked curiously, Are you Ling Su's older brother or younger brother? The same silver hair, the same white robes, the same sissy. Something is wrong with this field of vision. It seems to be a bit high. Tang Tian and Bing, who had the same thoughts, released a harmless laugh at the same time. Hee hee. Magic Flute was deep in thought. A leg stretched out from the starry door in the sky. Magic Flute did not say anything. It was not that the heart demon did not work on Tang Tian. Tang Tian had already sunk into the heart demon at that time. But what Magic Flute did not expect was Tang Tian's heart demon was different from everyone else. You guys don't even know the crane body energy? Tang Tian was startled. His heart was even more disappointed. He had already gained enlightenment on the crane body energy a long time ago. He had never felt that the crane body energy was a high-grade item. Never did he expect such a big crane sect to not even know the crane body energy. Tang Tian's interest waned. Tang Tian suddenly remembered the time when he fought with Magic Flute and suddenly realized, "Don't tell me you used the heart demon the last time?" To him, the two of them were too similar. Wait a minute. Chapter 216. Suddenly, he started to doubt his own conjecture. What Tang Tian could see, Magic Flute could naturally see too. Suddenly, a groan sounded out in everyone's ears. The white sword aura, the silhouette of a crane, appeared. Ling Su slowly opened his eyes. The tenacious fighting spirit in his orange pupils was like a raging flame, silently burning. Magic Flute admired Crane a lot. Tang Tian felt that his brain could not calculate it all, but it was definitely a lot. Magic Flute always thought that Tang Tian could not be disturbed by the demons in his heart, was because his heart was pure as the sun. But, looking at Tang Tian's face full of sunshine, Magic Flute could not help but shiver. So strong! This brat has some skills. He had already started to consider if he should introduce a Heaven Road grade martial artist employment service, and he only needed to collect money. 3 years. How much money could he earn? "I am willing to work in lieu of payment," Crane suddenly said. Crane laughed bitterly and said honestly, "Heavenly Crane constellations, 3 great treasured weapons. Only one appeared, and that is your heavenly light pellet crane." Tang Tian was enlightened, and his spirit was roused. That's right, cash. This brat definitely did not have enough cash. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier. Uncle Poker, one was worth 2. But it was a problem regarding the crane body energy, and he would definitely not retreat. The generations of Crane sect disciples could not comprehend the crane body energy. To him, it must be extremely complicated, and Tang Tian must have spent a lot of effort to figure it out. The opponent's speed was so fast that he could not catch it, and it was becoming more and more erratic. Unless this brat, even when he was killing people, his heart was still so pure, to want someone to give it to him for free. Even Crane himself felt that it was not right. Please pray for your own good, beautiful young man. This was the only chance. Sky Tiger's speed was extremely fast, and Bing was an outstanding mechanical martial artist who could make full use of this point, and very few people would be able to accurately catch Bing's figure in their first move. Crane's expression was calm. The ancient sword in his hand did not leave its sheath, and pierced towards the right. Tang Tian blurted out, "This guy works." Suddenly, Tang Tian's gaze landed on Magic Flute, who was not far away, and his tone immediately changed. Of course, a powerful uncle like Uncle Flute is rare. The crane sword was the crane sect's inherited sacred object and could not be exchanged. Out of the 3 great treasured weapons of Heavenly Crane constellation, only the Heavenly Light Pellet Crane had appeared in his hands. Work in lieu of payment. The blue sky tiger spread out its metal arms, and Bing's voice came out from inside. "Well, other than this, what other way is there?" Crane suddenly realized that coming to find Tang Tian like this was truly foolish. He had found the person, but he could not find anything to exchange for the crane body energy. "I don't have that much money," Crane said honestly. Crane sighed. "My sect does not have that much money." With that, Sky Tiger's figure suddenly disappeared. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. "Ling Su, you're awake." Bing was also surprised. The Sky Tiger wings slightly expanded, and his speed suddenly increased explosively. A few million star coins, the sect would definitely not be able to take it out. Crane's expression congealed, the ancient sword in his hand seemed to have become heavier, and his movements became much slower, but he still did not unsheath it. Mechanical martial artists could actually be so terrifyingly strong. No problem, you can get your family to send it. We can wait for you for a few days. Bing suddenly said, I've sinned, using wolf dogs to describe the clan elders is really not appropriate. That's easy. Tang Tian's face looked harmless, and his face was filled with a bright smile. First tell me what you have. Then we can discuss the problem of how to trade. The same temperament made Magic Flute, who was also from an aristocratic family, feel a sense of familiarity. Once an expert made a move, it would be obvious. Facing Tang Tian's kick, Crane's rookie nature immediately revealed itself, and he revealed a bitter smile. I also do not know what I can trade, but I definitely cannot give up. No disciple in the Crane sect could surpass him in strength. Even the clan elders who had trained bitterly for decades could only be counted with one's fingers. Bing was extremely interested in this fellow who suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing that he was not courteous, he said in a deep voice, Then I'm coming. Other than his own outstanding talent and hard work, this had something to do with his other inheritance. His mother's inheritance, as compared to the Crane sect, was much stronger. He was extremely shocked. Although the Crane sect occupied the Heavenly Crane constellation, but the Heavenly Crane constellation was just a declining small constellation, and the Crane sect's wealth was originally pitiful. And because of the decline of the Crane sect was basically isolated from the outside world. The Heavenly Crane constellation used the local currency, and almost no one used star coins. Don't talk about a few million star coins. Even if he threw out a few 100,000 star coins, the clan elders in the sect would definitely be like wolf dogs, swarming forward. His face finally turned white. More importantly, he was actually able to accurately capture Bing's figure. Magic Flute laughed stiffly and waved his hands, indicating that he did not care. A white sword aura whistled out. That was his heartfelt words. With one look, he could see that Crane had a good background, and was definitely not someone that a small family could groom. His every movement displayed elegance and nobility, and could not be deceived. He could even guess that Crane had an outstanding mother, and this noble mother was the true hero that groomed such an outstanding young man. Crane took a step forward, holding onto his sword. His white robe was as white as snow. His expression was solemn, and bowed slightly. Please make your move. The unhappiness on Tang Tian's face disappeared, and his expression congealed. Crane's sword was truly exquisite. The white sword aura brought along a faint white mist, like the white clouds floating in the mountains. It actually had a sense of otherworldly refinement. Gradually, a layer of sweat appeared on Crane's forehead. The white mist that he spat out congealed and did not dissipate. His expression became even more serious, and his sword became even more sluggish. Magic Flute looked at Tang Tian in a daze. His face that was filled with sunshine did not look fake at all. The sound of the sword aura breaking through the air became even clearer and louder. But Tang Tian did not move, although his arithmetic was terrible. But this did not hinder him from becoming an unscrupulous businessman. As though Crane had grabbed onto his last life-saving straw, he suddenly raised his head and said excitedly, "What method?" Crane's entire body was almost exhausted, but his heart was filled with joy. He took a deep breath and nodded his head. "All right." Crane's entire body seemed to be struck by lightning. Tang Tian's face fell. His plan to get rich was foiled, and his mood immediately became bad. Then what do I do? Let me say this first. I will definitely not tell you the Crane body energy for free. I spent a lot of effort to figure it out. How can I just tell you for free? Suddenly, Sky Tiger's body suddenly stopped moving, and a calm voice came out from inside. "All right, you've passed. 3 years' time. You need to serve him for 3 years in exchange for the Crane body energy." This huge sum, the only way, was to beg his mother or aunt. But this kind of true inheritance of martial techniques for them to be willing to trade was already a huge favor. Since young, he had trained in the Crane sect martial techniques and his mother's inheritance. And this was the first time he was in such a difficult situation. He tactfully kept his mouth shut and gave up on the idea of saving the pitiful lamb. If it was just Tang Tian alone, it would be easy, but there was still the poker face eyeing him. The pitiful, handsome young man would definitely not be able to escape from the clutches of the two of them. Crane's sweat poured down like rain. His entire body was steaming, and he clenched his teeth bitterly. Sky Tiger's blurred figure coincidentally appeared in front of the sword aura. Looking at Crane's attire, he thought that he was definitely rich. Such a person did not have anything on him, but definitely would not be without money. Bing suddenly opened his mouth. Since there are no treasured weapons and no money, seems like there is only one way. This time, Tang Tian's eyebrows really frowned. What treasured weapons and what not, he was just saying. His goal was the star coins. This godlike young man was also lacking money. His money had all been thrown into the bottomless pit of Psi Lei mechanical weapons, and now he was penniless. The bitter smile on Crane's face became even more serious. He secretly shook his head and threw this unrealistic idea to the back of his head. Blocking someone's path to wealth was equivalent to killing their parents. Tang Tian pretended to be in a difficult position and frowned. I don't have any treasured weapons. This is a little troublesome. Don't tell me you only have star coins. I still prefer treasured weapons. Having so many star coins is not that useful. What? You really don't have any treasured weapons? Forget it, then let's use star coins. Magic Flute, who was shocked, quietly moved his feet and moved a few steps away from Tang Tian. He looked at Crane with sympathy, such a good young man. A pity he was about to fall into the clutches of the devil. I am not willing to bring along a burden on the road. It was obvious that Tang Tian, who had fallen into the eyes of money, was extremely dissatisfied. Hey, uncle, since you suggested it, then you should test. Only when your strength is about the same, then you will have the qualifications to work in lieu of payment. For the revival of the Crane sect, for his father's dying wish, work in Crane's eyes was nothing. It was just a few million star coins. And it was just fooling around. Tang Tian could see that the sword was a typical Crane sect sword aura, and inside it was the meaning of the Crane dance. Crane faced Tang Tian's bright smile, and as expected, he did not guard against it. He even retracted his previous prejudice. The muddy leg with a face full of tears and mucus was actually a rather good and cheerful young man. Instead, he advised Bing, Hey, uncle, this kind of person who looks good but is useless, his strength is usually not that good. Crane's eyes darkened. Gee, but treasured weapons? Do you have any? The Crane sect is also a big sect. Tang Tian slowed down his tone, with a look of consideration for the other party. No matter what, there should be a few treasured weapons. Just as Crane heaved a sigh of relief, Tang Tian raised his eyebrows. But don't you dare use a mere few million star coins to fool me. Crane laughed bitterly. Tang Tian's words could not be refuted. After witnessing Crane's strength, Tang Tian knew that he had earned big this time. It was hard to say for Tang Tian, but Poker Face was a wily old soldier and would definitely not let him go. Tang Tian's heart moved, so the bronze crane was some heavenly light pellet crane. Tang Tian was worried about not knowing the origin and usage of this toy, but he did not expect Crane to deliver itself to him. Tang Tian ran over and threw out his trump card. Martial Spirit Contract! He immediately threw Crane to the side and flew to Ling Su's side. Chapter 217. Anyway, as long as they sat together with Crane, Ling Su and Tang Tian were two country bumpkins. Crane explained politely, To avoid clashing clothes, I think it's better for me to wear black. But who is Tang Tian? Are you able to find out where Guidong and the rest escaped to? Tang Tian suddenly asked, killing intent flashing past his eyes. Ghost Claw, I'm sorry, I have to go train and cannot accompany the two of you. Please forgive me. Crane bowed and apologized to the two of them, holding onto his sword with his head held high, neither too fast nor too slow. Crane's figure was originally tall and straight, and the way he walked was different from ordinary people, with a rather upright appearance. Go train. Don't worry. Sai Lei is very powerful. Tang Tian was extremely confident in Sai Lei's mechanical techniques. Xie Qing ran over panting. Seeing Ling Su, his face revealed joy. Mr. Ling is awake. That's great. Bing was speechless. Tang Tian, who is he? Seeing Crane train, Ling Su immediately felt the pressure. How could he lose to this sissy? Without saying a word, he rolled the book in his bosom. Not knowing how long had passed, Tang Tian finally rested. His entire body looked as though he was fished out of the water, panting heavily. His gaze swept across the diminishing anvils. The dazed Tang Tian's nose suddenly turned sour. The impact of the battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Tang Tian and Ling Su's faces were lifeless. Ghost Claw, Tang Tian stared blankly at the remaining anvils for a while, wiped his sweat, and continued to train. When his gaze unintentionally swept across the light door, his entire person felt as though he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Behind the light door, the densely packed cards had all disappeared, leaving only one lonely card, continuously emitting a faint light. Ling Su, you have to work hard. But with your standard, entering the waiting list is already not easy. Guodong had never dropped out of the Heaven's Road list in the past 10 years. Anyone who had studied the Heaven's Road list would be extremely familiar with the Fire Crow Executioner. So when Guodong's name disappeared from the Heaven's Road list and was replaced by an unfamiliar name, everyone was stunned. He and the Stone Gravel Beast King fought for a long time. After Blind Cord Old Man left, the Stone Gravel Beast King also wanted to escape. Xie Qing chased it for a long distance, but the Stone Gravel Beast King still managed to escape. When the last anvil was ground, Tang Tian lay on the ground, spread his arms, and looked at the void above his head. I'll send someone to investigate right now. Xie Qing agreed straightforwardly. Guodong and Guayu escaped with injuries. To the Xie Sword Village, it was extremely dangerous. Once the two of them recovered from their injuries, they would return and attack, and the Xie Sword Village would be finished. Hearing this fellow read it out clumsily and stutteringly was a form of torture. Don't worry, I won't despise you. Tang Tian raised his arms and flexed his muscles. This godlike young man is destined to be the figure you'll chase for your entire life. Thank you. Bing and Magic Flute went to Sai Lei's place, bringing along Flamingo and Corvus Gold. It was said that Sai Lei had created a new mechanical weapon and asked Bing to test it out. He looked at Ling Su with a gaze full of respect. Ling Su's single spear was like a bird, piercing through the entire group of stone gravel beasts. He was extremely powerful, although he lost to Blind Cord Old Man, but to him it was a glorious defeat. Tang Tian, who was immersed in training, was extremely focused. Tang Tian returned to his residence with his tail between his legs. Ling Su struggled to sit up. His gaze landed on Flamingo, who was standing quietly at the side. Oh, he's called Crane. Tang Tian introduced. Don't worry. He's not your brother, I've already asked. He's one of us now. His strength is not bad. Definitely not weaker than you. I won't be sad. I really won't be sad. There's only sunshine on my face. There's only hope in my heart. I'll sing loudly in the wind and rain. I'll use my fists to say, some light will definitely blossom. Can you stand stably? After being silent for a while, he began to train. And the news from Immortal Marshal had revealed how Tang Tian defeated Guodong. Fire Crow Guillotine, Guodong's famous consummate technique. To lose to this technique, no one would have any doubts. He had comprehended the fire scythe gloves. The power of the true power combustion was much stronger than the friction of the air. so this type of training was no longer of much use to him. Ghost Claw, our luck is pretty good, Bing suddenly muttered to himself. Although Xie Qing had comprehended the cry of the guardian heart sword, but he still did not have the confidence to defend against Guidong. Furthermore, there was still Guiyu, who was not weak. Magic Flute saw Tang Tian's look of eagerness to fight, and thought about his weird heart demon. Even Magic Flute, who was widely known for his knowledge and wisdom, did not know what to say. Ghost Claw, I'm done. Ling Su snorted. What do you know, I'm looking for inner peace. But no matter how much Ling Su did not like Crane, Crane's hard work was something that he had to admit. This matter, how could it end just like that? Same clothes. He began to clean up the recruit barracks, 10,000 anvils. One could imagine the amount of iron scraps. But Tang Tian still persevered in grinding the anvils every day, just like before. He did not choose to ask Crane how to use the heavenly light pellet crane, and did not think about how to improve the fire scythe gloves. Tang Tian, who specially came to show off, in the blink of an eye, was alone there. The dazzling sparks and the sound of the anvils grinding appeared again. I won't be sad, I really won't be sad. You stood there and looked at me. Your gaze was as warm as spring. The fire scythe, Ghost Claw's fire, from your hand to my palm. You said it was your pride, your strength. Godlike young lad. You will definitely become very strong. Quietly looking at the group of people, Crane's heart had an indescribable feeling. But he suddenly had a feeling that in the next 3 years, his days would not be boring. Ling Su snorted. His gaze suddenly landed on Crane, and he was stunned. Wah-ha! Godlike young lad, of course you are so powerful. It was the first time Ling Su saw a man eating roasted meat. He took out a small knife and meticulously cut the meat from the bone, then cut it into thin slices, neatly arranged them into 3 rows, and then used chopsticks to pick up the meat, dipped it in seasoning, and chewed slowly. Tang Tian happily held onto the immortal martial news and showed it off to Ling Su. Ah hua! Tang Tian was startled, but he quickly reacted. You mean Flamingo, you need to find Sai Lei. Oh, leave it to me, to a godlike young lad. This is a small problem. Relax. Ghost Claw. Fire Scythe. Ghost Claw will definitely flourish in my hands. Entering the light door, it was empty. He continued with his unfinished training, grinding the anvils. Thank you. Ling Su said softly to Flamingo, the mechanical beast that did not have any life, was already his comrade in his heart. Ling Su, who was reading a book, twitched his eyes. I will not be sad. I really will not be sad. I never show it on my face. Who is this fellow? Isn't he very powerful? Crane was dressed in black and appeared in front of the two. Ling Su's fierce words came one after another, but Tang Tian calmed down. Seems like Ling Su's brain was only slightly damaged. Not weaker than me? What do you mean? Come on, let's fight, crazy young lad. Tang Tian laughed and asked curiously, Ling Su, how did you become a bookworm? To be honest, with your IQ, this path is too difficult for you. Flamingo's body was badly damaged. Although Flamingo's leg strength was astonishing, it did not have any fighting strength. On the way back, while carrying Ling Su, it suffered many injuries. Looking around at the empty and quiet recruit barracks, Tang Tian suddenly felt uncomfortable. No one knew. Still wearing the same clothes, this sissy. Ling Su curled his lips, extremely disdainful. He did not like Crane's actions. Tang Tian thought he heard wrongly. Ling Su actually thanked him. Did the sun rise from the west? Could it be that he was injured and his brain was damaged? Let me tell you, if you dare to damage even a strand of Ahua's leg hair, you're dead. I'm fine. Ling Su saw the concern in Tang Tian's eyes, and his heart warmed. His voice was hoarse and dry, sounding extremely tired. Hey, young lad Tang, where can I fix Ahua? Ling Su turned and asked. Crane, you. Tang Tian pointed to the black clothes on Crane's body and stammered. Tang Tian suppressed the sourness in his heart, took a deep breath, facing the remaining anvil. As though he was facing a ghost claw, he clenched his fist, squeezed out a smile, and said loudly, "Don't tell me your heart is very restless." Tang Tian did not understand. Ling Su's eyes were twitching. Finally, he could not take it anymore and flew into a rage. "Scram!" Tang Tian muttered to himself. After saying that, the exhausted Tang Tian's eyelids became heavy, and very quickly he fell asleep. Many people even found the Heaven Road waiting list from a few weeks ago. On the long waiting list, Tang Tian's name never appeared. Crane's body was always spotless. He never walked fast nor slow. When he sat, he always sat upright. His face always had a polite smile. He always bowed, thanked, and apologized. What made Ling Su even more annoyed was, when this fellow ate, he was as gentle as a woman. When Bing's figure walked out from the martial god shrine, he saw Tang Tian sleeping soundly and then saw the floor full of iron shavings. Where the anvils used to be was now empty. "Ghost Claw, I'm about to finish grinding 10,000 anvils. Ling Su, how are you feeling?" Tang Tian opened his eyes wide and quickly asked. Ever since Ling Su woke up, every day after he finished training, he would hug a book and crazily read. "Congratulations." Magic Flute's leisurely voice traveled over. One could hear that he was somewhat astonished. "Every time you struggle free from your inner demons, it is a nirvana. Your state of mind will become even purer, no matter if it is for your cultivation of martial techniques or martial spirit. It is of great benefit." Sounds powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He was eager to try. "Then I want the demons in my heart." "Wah, wah, wah. If I get rid of the demons in my heart, I can become even more powerful." Ling Su was about to speak, but suddenly he was stunned. Seeing that, Tang Tian immediately turned his head. He was also stunned. Chapter 218. Crane thought about it carefully, then shook his head. Nope. Which strong martial artist would visit Corvus constellation? Xia Yu was silent for a while. "Your battle with them. I will freely choose whether to take action or watch." A figure appeared in the middle of the hall. That tall and big figure entered his vision, causing Guodong's heart to tremble. The figure in front of him had countless of fine black feathers floating in the air. "Tang Tian." Guodong laughed at himself. A newcomer, who cannot be any more new, has never even entered the waiting list before. I don't know where he came from. Hearing that, Xia Yu knew it was not a simple matter. So it was like that. Tang Tian's face was suddenly enlightened, and immediately asked seriously, "Is there no other taboo or things that I need to take note of?" Xia Yu had already calmed down. "Everyone is tempted by saint treasures, but I am not someone that I can enjoy. No matter how small Crater Constellation is, it is still a constellation. To obtain a constellation saint treasure is not a lucky thing." To Xia Yu and the rest, saint treasures were not bad, but too good, to the point of being far away, to the point that they did not dare to think about it. "All right." Xia Yu happily agreed, walking in front of Guayu, his fingers suddenly congealing a drop of blood. Inside the drop of blood, an extremely small black feather floated inside. The current Guodong did not have any of the legendary fire crow executioner's elegance. His expression was haggard, his beard unshaven, his fiery red eyes were currently dim. It was as though in a night he had aged 10 years. Because there were too few saint treasures. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Guodong laughed bitterly. It was not only me. Blind Cord Old Man also appeared. "I have my own selfish motives." Guodong said honestly, "Tang Tian and his group are strong, and with the help of the Xie family, naturally they have the biggest hope." Blind Cord Old Man came prepared. His mute servant also has the strength of a substitute. "Xiao Yu and I are injured. If not for Brother Xiao's help, we would have to return with broken wings. That is a benefit. This time I lost to them. I am not convinced. It is hard to swallow. That is anger. So I came to find Brother Xia. This matter is beneficial to Brother Xia. I think Brother Xia will not mind having 1 or 2 more treasures." The handsome Crane was at a loss. In the sect, he had always lived a life where food and clothing were taken care of. But now, Brother Xia, have you not seen the latest issue of Immortal Martial News? Guodong's expression became even more bitter. No problem. Guodong straightforwardly nodded. When he thought of Tang Tian, killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, I've always wanted to take revenge for this. Guodong laughed. We will let Blind Cord Old Man take the lead. I don't know. The martial technique was similar to the Honorable Martial Alliance's Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, but its power was stronger. Guodong sighed and said he is very wealthy. He has treasures and armor. Really? Tang Tian didn't give up. Very good. Tang Tian raised his head in satisfaction and waved his hand. All right, you can go to work now. I don't have anything valuable on me. The only thing that Brother Xia is interested in is the secret of the demon sealing sword. Guodong said. Guodong was very clear of Xia Yu's strength. Xia Yu's strength was definitely much stronger than his ranking. Xia Yu had always been in seclusion, and the outside world did not know much about his strength. Tang Tian raised his fist and encouraged, Young Crane, do your best. Of course I will, Tang Tian said with a matter-of-fact face. We have a coachman, you can learn from him. Young man, I will teach you the crane body energy without any discount. You can't be lazy at work. Crane was dumbstruck. After a while he said blankly, I don't know how to drive. Sire, please enter. The patriarch has been waiting for you. The guard slowly pushed open the heavy bronze door. The bronze door rumbled as it opened. Xia Yu pointed to the dense black feathers on his chest and looked at Guodong calmly. This time, I am here to ask for a drop of black feather blood from Brother Xia. Guodong said seriously. When the black feather blood entered Guiyu's mouth, a layer of black mist immediately appeared on Guiyu's body. No. Crane nodded his head with certainty. But, as the strongest treasure of a constellation, the Saint Treasure would have many unique points. Therefore, once a Saint Treasure appeared, there would definitely be a storm of blood. Crane did not expect Tang Tian's face to change so quickly and was startled. Work! Before he left the courtyard, Xie Qing rushed over anxiously. His expression was terrible. When he saw Tang Tian, he immediately said, Sir, bad news. This is bad. Xia Yu was taken aback. It's not that I can't bear to part with the black feather blood. I also know that Brother Gua is giving it to this little friend. However, Brother Gua should consider this carefully. With my current appearance, it will be difficult for me to go out in the future. Guodong was pale, carrying the unconscious Guiyu on his shoulder. 88 Saint Treasures. How many dust puppets were left in history? No one knew how many Saint Treasures were left. The two looked at each other and smiled. But in the series of immortal constellation star treasures, it would always be the strongest. It dropped from the gold rank to the silver rank, and all the secret treasures of the Brilliance Immortal sect were weakened. Xia Yu was right. Heaven's road was vast. There were countless of stars, but there were only 88 constellations, and every constellation only had one Saint Treasure. The power of the Saint Treasure might not be stronger than the treasures of other constellations. For example, the immortal crown in Qie Shangguan's hands was only at the silver rank. That's right. Guodong nodded his head. There is a small sword village near my village called the Xia Family Sword Village. They are the guardian of this sword. I accidentally found out that the demon sealing sword is at the stone sword peak behind the Xia Family Sword Village. I went there countless of times, but I did not find anything. Initially, I did not intend to take action, but I did not expect that Blind Cord Old Man would get the news from somewhere and actually found me. I had no choice but to reveal myself, but I met Tang Tian and his gang and suffered a huge loss. Broad forehead, thick eyebrows, square face. He turned his body. Although it was not the first time he saw Xia Yu's body, Guodong's heart still jumped. Thick black feathers covered his chest, making him look like a birdman. The black feathers all over his body flew out from the thick black feathers on his chest and floated in the air. Demon's sealing sword. Xiaoyu, who had maintained his calm all along, opened his eyes wide. Is that the giant barren demon sealing sword? That's right, aren't you paying with work? From today onwards, food supplies, cleaning up, meals, as well as driving on the road, as well as safety issues, will all be handed over to you. Tang Tian said seriously, you must remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Don't be lazy. Blind cord old man. Xia Yu's pupils constricted. Small matter, not worth mentioning. Xia Yu waved his hand, not caring. With that he swaggered off. After all, he had an additional dantian. The crane dantian was much bigger than his own 6th level dantian pool. 3 times the size of his 6th level dantian pool. Guodong bit his lips. A look of pain flashed past his eyes. I can't just watch him die. Thank you, Brother Xia. Guodong cupped his fists in gratitude. I need about 20 days, and your nephew will wake up. Xia Yu said. He slowly walked into the hall. What's his background? Xia, you did not dare to belittle him. Hearing that, Xia Yu was moved. He looked at Guodong. Brother Gu this time. Seems like you're here to persuade me. Can only be used once every 15 days? Tang Tian was slightly disappointed, but after thinking about it, he was satisfied. About 15 days. Crane carefully recalled. If I did not remember wrongly. If that's the case, that means it can only be used once every 15 days. Although it looks like a dantian, but in truth it is still a treasure. The current crater constellation is so dim that it seems to have no signs of life. The power of the demon sealing sword is hard to say. This is one of the reasons. Guodong said, since Brother Xia knows about the demon sealing sword, you should know in the past there were countless treasures sealed by the demon sealing sword, of which there were no lack of high-quality treasures. All these treasures disappeared along with the demon sealing sword. If Brother Xia feels that the demon sealing sword is not practical, but these treasures, if you can get 1 or 2, it will be worth it. Xia Yu, ranked 9915 on the Heaven's Road list, was 13 ranks higher than Guodong. The strength of a saint treasure was related to the strength of a constellation. Xia Yu quickly regained his composure. Could it be that Brother Gu is rising because of the sword? How is it different? Crane heard and said, the heavenly light pellet crane is a treasure of the heavenly crane constellation. Its use is to be able to open up an existence similar to a dantian. You can call it the crane dantian. You should be able to feel its existence, but the way it works is different from the dantian. Brother Xia is truly knowledgeable. Guodong nodded. The crater constellation is the dimmest constellation, and very few people know about it, and its strongest treasure is also not known by many. Demon sealing sword, gold rank, crater constellation saint treasure. That was already comparable to an ordinary 7th level martial artist. This time I stumbled. Guodong's voice was like a leak, his face revealing a bitter smile. That also meant Tang Tian's current true power was immediately raised to 4 times of what it was before. He suddenly felt that the next 3 years of his life was a patch of darkness. Brother Gu was careless. Xia Yu said softly, although the replenishment was slow. Upon thinking about the surging true power, Tang Tian was secretly pleased. It is equivalent to a dantian, and using it is no different. But it is unable to expand. Other than that, once the true power in the crane dantian is depleted, its replenishment is extremely slow. It is unable to replenish through the meridians, and can only replenish itself. This process is extremely slow. Crane explained. Xia Yu shook his head. I have not paid attention to the mortal martial news for a long time. Don't tell me there are some powerful newcomers recently? Xia Yu made up his mind and laughed heartily. Then I will listen to Brother Gu's commands. Early in the morning, Tang Tian ran over to find Crane and asked about the heavenly light pellet crane. The other party turned and saw Guodong's appearance, and his face revealed a look of shock. Brother Gu, why are you like this? honorable martial alliance, treasure weapon, armor. All these 3 points meant that the newcomer who suddenly appeared was not simple. All 3 points gathered on one person, without even thinking it was a huge problem. How slow? Tang Tian immediately asked. Who is the opponent? Xia Yu's expression congealed. To be able to cause Guidong to be in such a difficult situation. It was definitely someone stronger than Guidong, and was definitely a martial artist ranked above 200. Chapter 219. Other than moving, I'm afraid there's no other way. Bing said calmly. He was not anxious. To him, whether Xie Qing and the rest moved or not was the Xie family's problem. He only needed to ensure Tang Tian's safety. Xie Qing did not say a word. 100,000 blind cord old man who was sitting on the wheelchair pulled his bow from time to control the stone gravel beasts. He slowly opened his mouth, his hoarse and low voice floating in the air. Under the sunlight, his arms were like a forest. The lady in black looked at blind cord old man in awe. She felt fear and respect towards this blind old man. Crane glanced at Tang Tian. His heart was surprised. Just when everyone was prepared to give up, at their wits' end, this guy who did not seem to be very smart actually saw the opportunity. Then we just need to kill 26 stone gravel beast kings. Tang Tian raised his arms and shouted, Magic flute is here. Tang Tian cheered. Everyone's face was filled with hope. The last time it was Magic flute's flute sound that scared blind cord old man away. Blind cord old man's crazy actions made her feel respect, but also extremely puzzled. Xie Qing's face was ashen, his voice trembling. At least 100,000 stone gravel beasts. No one cared about him. I know what you mean, but you don't have to worry. Blind cord old man's face suddenly exposed a cold smile. The opponent is a sound-type martial artist. If we talk about sound-type martial techniques, his strength is above mine. I am very impressed. Do you still remember what I said that day? The flute sound is perfect, but it cannot cover up his weak point of lacking qi. If I am not wrong, the opponent must have suffered heavy injuries and has not fully recovered. Blind cord old man had the pearl of wisdom in his hands and sneered. Without enough true power, all martial techniques are like castles in the air. Sound-type martial techniques are no exception. I will not compete with him in techniques. I will compete with him in true power. With so many stone gravel beasts, let's see how he fights with me. Tang Tian immediately made a face at Ling Su happily. The stone gravel beasts in front of him could not see the end. They were densely packed like a tide. The speed of the stone gravel beasts was not fast, but with so many stone gravel beasts slowly advancing, it was truly terrifying. Everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's reason. Tang Tian muttered to himself that Uncle D was angry. They had the Pegasus silver carriage, so it was very easy for them to leave. Although these stone gravel beasts looked scary, their speed was not fast. If they wanted to escape, these stone gravel beasts would not be able to catch up. At this moment, the black-clothed woman finally came to a realization. Ling Su wanted to continue mocking Tang Tian, but, out of everyone's expectations, Bing suddenly opened his mouth to support. What he said makes sense. We have fewer people, but we also have an advantage in numbers. Bing's support made Tang Tian feel encouraged, his spirit roused. He counted with his fingers. We can be more flexible. Uncle Bing, Ling Su, Crane, Xie Qing, and me. The 5 of us on average. Each of us can kill 5 stone gravel beast kings. Magic Flute, who had specially rushed back, upon seeing the stone gravel beasts that covered the entire mountain, his face changed. What she did not expect was that the blind cord old man would use the same tactic. Only this time he found even more stone gravel beasts. Their luck was better. The number of stone gravel beasts in the area was surprisingly high, and under the guidance of the stone gravel beast kings, they had gathered all the stone gravel beasts in a radius of a few thousand. Li Magic Flute was taken aback, but since Tang Tian asked, he explained in detail. Normally, if the numbers are small, we can directly use sound-type martial techniques. If the numbers are large, then we can choose a few leaders and let these leaders control the star spirit beasts below. The larger the number of star spirit beasts controlled, the higher the requirement for true power. Tang Tian started counting. 1, 2, 3. Everyone's face became even paler. Furthermore, if the blind cord old man could control the stone gravel beasts, then Magic Flute could too. Everyone who had been oppressed for a long time saw the light of victory. Their morale was high. Hearing Tang Tian shout, everyone raised their arms and shouted. The lady in black suddenly thought of the previous encounter. Her Lyra treasury had disappeared, and that made her angry for a long time. The stone gravel beasts were not strong, and none of them were afraid. Even if the stone gravel beast kings were here, they would not be afraid. If it was just once, it could be said that it was luck, but it had happened so many times, and they still thought that Tang Tian was lucky. Bing would not make such a stupid mistake. True power is weak? The lady in black was stunned. She did not hear it at all. Magic Flute's smile was cold. He will know soon. This is playing with fire. After hearing Magic Flute's analysis, everyone's spirits were roused. Killing 5 stone gravel beast kings would cause the opponent to be in chaos, which meant that everyone only needed to kill 1 stone gravel beast king. Killing 10, the army would collapse, which meant that everyone had to kill 2 stone gravel beast kings. But don't you think 26 compared to 100,000 is much less? Tang Tian looked at everyone in confusion. The target was suddenly pulled from being out of reach to within reach. Everyone was stunned. They were all shocked by Tang Tian's crazy idea. Yes, Magic Flute nodded. If you look carefully at these stone gravel beasts, you will realize they're actually separated into groups. Every group will have a stone gravel beast king to lead the other stone gravel beasts. This time, you will fall in my hands. That's right, killing 26 stone gravel beast kings in a group of 100,000 stone gravel beasts was definitely not an easy task. But the difficulty of winning immediately dropped from completely impossible to not easy. It seemed like the difference was not big, but Bing knew the two were fundamentally different. This fellow, Tang Tian, looked at the mountain of stone gravel beasts and exclaimed, "This fellow is crazy!" "No, there's no need for so many." Magic Flute interrupted Tang Tian's words. "You guys kill 1 stone gravel beast king. If the opponent wants to control the army, it means that he has to directly control 4,000 stone gravel beasts. This pressure will cause his true power to quickly deplete. As long as there are more than 5 of them, this army will start to become chaotic. If you guys can kill 10 of them, this army will completely collapse and start to kill each other." Seeing Tang Tian's proud expression, he definitely did not have the demeanor of an expert, but Bing's heart did not feel the slightest bit weaker. This kind of situation had already happened more than once. 26 was much less than 100,000, but Bing's heart was secretly surprised. This fellow's observation was really sharp. Xia Qing bit his lips tightly, his eyes flashing a trace of sadness. "We are the guardians of the sword. We cannot leave." The reason why Blind Cord Old Man could control so many stone gravel beasts was because of his sound martial technique, and the opponent also had an equally outstanding sound martial artist. From the previous exchange, Blind Cord Old Man did not seem to have the upper hand. His heart could not help but shiver. To be able to fight his way into the Heaven Road list, he was definitely not a weakling. Magic Flute was also stunned. He subconsciously said, "Absolutely impossible." The last time when the stone gravel beasts attacked the village, compared to the scene in front of him, it was simply insignificant. "Haha, not bad. You remember it very clearly." Blind Cord Old Man laughed out loud. "Weapons is a battle in a battle. Naturally, we have to find the opponent's weakness. My attainments in sound martial techniques is indeed not as good as him, but he is not without weaknesses. That day when I listened attentively, the opponent's sound martial technique could be said to be perfect, but his qi was insufficient, which also meant his true power was very weak. The only thing worth rejoicing was Xie Qing and the rest had discovered the situation early. According to the advancing speed of the stone gravel beasts, they would need roughly another 10 days to reach the Xie sword village. Only Tang Tian was acting normally. The rest of the people's faces were extremely ugly. Regardless if it was Ling Su or Crane, looking at the endless number of stone gravel beasts, their faces were extremely ugly. Even Bing, who had killed his way through the era of large armies, was silent. No one knew better than him. When the number of cannon fodder reached a certain level, it was enough to crush everything. After the previous loss, she had already lost confidence in her own battle tactics. In front of an expert, those stone gravel beasts were like paper. They were completely useless. Was it a coincidence? But 100,000, but very quickly, Tang Tian became muddle-headed. Where did I count to? Under everyone's expectant gazes, Magic Flute shook his head. The opponent saw through me that I have not recovered, and that my true power is not enough. He is aiming for that. Ling Su mocked. Hey, crazy young man, why did you stop your treatment? Idiot. To kill 26 stone gravel beast kings in a group of 100,000 stone gravel beasts. Are you tired of living? Crane's thoughts were interrupted. Looking closely, it was Tang Tian who was excitedly raising his arms and shouting, Well done, young man Crane. Tang Tian was immediately roused. That also means there are 26 stone gravel beast kings. Uncle Flute, if we kill these 26 stone gravel beast kings, can he still control so many stone gravel beasts? Let's think of a way to retreat. Bing suddenly said, We still have time. Let's leave this place. Crane suddenly said, There are a total of 26 groups. This terrifying number immediately caused everyone to feel suffocated and despair. 100,000 stone gravel beasts was enough to wipe out the entire planet. There was definitely no sword village that could stop this flood. Magic Flute's explanation caused everyone to become silent again. If you don't leave, all of you will die. Bing hit the nail on the head. Bing, who had rich experience in large-scale battles, was the first to realize the feasibility of Tang Tian's plan. The lady in black carefully said, You said that because of this flute song, we will not move our weapons today. No one said anything, but it was obvious. Everyone felt that the idea was preposterous. Tang Tian's voice suddenly sounded out, Uncle Flute, how do you all control so many stone gravel beasts? Saying the last sentence, a fierce qi rushed towards them. Victory! Compared to them, their strength was too weak. Victory! Tang Tian was enlightened. I understand stone gravel beast kings. The lady in black thought about the flute song and could not help but say, Master, if the sound-type martial artist comes again, but Tang Tian. Chapter 220. These people did not expect that someone would actually dare to follow them. Sai Lei combed the bangs on her forehead. This action made the already beautiful Sai Lei even more alluring. Then when will your esteemed boss come? Playboy teased. The few of them argued until their faces were red. Sai Lei's eyes flashed a look of disgust, but on her face she smiled. Young master's kind intentions, Sai Lei appreciates it. But Sai Lei is used to staying in Three Spirit City and does not wish to go anywhere else. What surprised him was that the group of people actually walked out of the city, with Tang Tian following them quietly. Uncle Feng, let them be quiet for a while. Playboy sneered. A bunch of flies so noisy. What could be more perfect than having both a person and money? 500 million star coins might seem like a lot, but to Sai Lei it was not expensive at all. He needed to bring back Flamingo for Ling Su. Flamingo could increase Ling Su's fighting strength, especially in such a battlefield. Flamingo was extremely important to Ling Su. The surroundings were dead silent. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Many people could not help but feel worried for Sai Lei. Anyone could tell, Playboy was obviously enraged. Furthermore, He was not completely lusting after her beauty. If the other party was just a vase, no matter how perfect a vase was, it would definitely not be worth 500 million star coins. There's only one of them. Sai Lei had a look of helplessness. With my current ability, I am still unable to mass-produce first snow. Its materials are too expensive. Suddenly, Playboy laughed out loud. There was not a hint of anger on his face. Then let's do as I said before. I will book your shop for a year of mechanical weapons. Miss Sai Lei can name the price. This mechanical weapon is called First Snow. It uses the most advanced mechanical techniques using precious materials, up to 160 types, borrowing from the ancient metal formula. It is initially set at the 6th level. With 3 card slots, you can insert 3 6th level spirit cards or 1 7th level spirit card. It is currently the most advanced mechanical weapon. Young Master is always welcome. Sai Lei acted as though she did not understand. A sturdy man suddenly stepped out. The sturdy man's muscles bulged. His gaze cold. He raised his right leg and stomped heavily on the ground. The rest of them immediately revealed their anger. Boom! The muscular man, called Uncle Fong, was a little confused. Why didn't young Master make a move today? 3 Spirit City is such a small place. What kind of background can he have? Seeing the shocked expressions of the surrounding people, Playboy felt even more pleased. Without hesitation, he said, I'll buy it. Playboy said meaningfully, I will come again after a period of time. I hope to meet your esteemed boss. Miss Sai Lei, please do not deceive this young master. This young master's temper is not too good. The area under the burly man's feet had completely caved in. Playboy turned around and his face darkened. Let's go. Sai Lei smiled sweetly. I'm sorry, this is confidential. Sai Lei has no right to disclose. Once the mechanical weapon appeared, it immediately caused a commotion, and Playboy's eyes lit up. They were all people who frequently played with mechanical weapons, and with one look, they could tell that the mechanical weapon was not ordinary. Tang Tian's face darkened. He strode forward and squeezed through the crowd. Uncle Fong, take it away. Playboy flicked his finger, and a star coin card flew toward Sai Lei. Covered? You think you can cover it? The crowd suddenly gasped in unison. 500 million star coins. This astronomical number was like a bomb thrown into the crowd. The few people who were arguing with Playboy just now turned pale. To be able to take out 500 million star coins without even frowning. This was definitely an extremely powerful aristocratic family. Playboy waved his hand. Miss Sai Lei, don't tell me you want me to return empty-handed today. Playboy's face darkened. He stared at Sai Lei without saying a word. Based on what? It belongs to whoever offers the highest price. Tang Tian was prepared to make a move at any time. Hearing that, Tang Tian blushed with shame. Thinking back, Sai Lei's request for research funding was only 2 million star coins per year. They could not even afford it. Now that someone else had made a move, the annual funding was more than 100 million. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Fong, you don't understand. This is what fun is. Playboy laughed out loud. Such a beautiful face, revealing despair and fear, and then begging. How beautiful is that? Suddenly he frowned. There were sounds of argument coming from the front. A large group of people had gathered at the entrance of the card shop. Playboy had a card up his sleeve. Miss Sai Lei, why don't you listen to my conditions first? As long as Miss Sai Lei is willing to leave, 500 million star coins. It's all yours now. The streets of 3 Spirit City seemed to be more prosperous than before. Tang Tian walked along the street towards Sai Lei's card shop. I came first. Of course it's mine. Sai Lei doesn't know about that. Sai Lei revealed an apologetic smile. Exclamations of surprise came out at the same time. Sai Lei laughed indifferently. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. But Sai Lei has no intention of going anywhere else. I just want to manage this shop properly. The group of people then left. Flower Panda, who was beside Sai Lei, grabbed the star coin card. Sai Lei's smile became even more amiable. Thank you for your patronage. The surroundings quietened down. Everyone looked at Sai Lei in disbelief. 500 million star coins. Sai Lei actually rejected it. When the crowd saw his formation, they immediately quietened down. Playboy's expression turned sluggish. His gaze congealed. Suddenly he chuckled. Since it's like that, then I am willing to buy your shop. Miss Sai Lei, please state your price. Miss Sai Lei, don't worry. Every year, I will give Miss Sai Lei a research fund. It will definitely not be less than 100 million star coins. Miss Sai Lei can do whatever you want to do. You don't have to worry about the trivial matters. He looked at everyone with disdain. Although it's not good for my identity to be revealed, Miss Sai Lei, don't worry. The Han family is not some small family. No, I want to see how capable this Sai Lei is. Playboy sneered. His face revealed a perverted smile. This young master's prey has never escaped from this young master's clutches. Let us play slowly. The sturdy man jumped out of the hole as if nothing had happened. Playboy continued to sneer. In the future, keep your eyes open. Don't seek your own death. If you don't have the fortune to enjoy the beautiful world, then you only have yourself to blame. I'll buy it. Playboy said without hesitation. He didn't even ask about the price. Tang Tian first returned to Three Spirit City. Sai Lei said politely, I'm sorry. For such a huge matter, Sai Lei has no authority to decide. I need the boss to decide. Everyone felt the ground tremble. Many of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. At that moment, screams could be heard. The scene was a mess. Sai Lei said casually, Young master is late. Sai Lei has long been hired by others. After saying that, he didn't look at anyone else. Instead, he turned around. His eyes were burning with passion. Miss Sai Lei, Three Spirit City is such a broken place. What's there to be reluctant about? I have some businesses in Mida City. If Miss Sai Lei is willing to move over, you can name your conditions. Heaven Road grade martial artist. Playboy's face was confident. He smiled at Sai Lei. Even gods would be tempted by the sum of 500 million star coins, let alone a woman. Chu Xue's martial spirit was much weaker than Sky Tiger's. This mechanical weapon requires 20 million star coins. Sai Lei seemed to hesitate for a while before saying, Sai. Another wave of cold air was sucked in. Why? And those who were clamoring had their faces pale. They kept quiet out of fear. Playboy revealed a pleased look. Whoever doesn't know what's good for them. Don't blame me for being impolite. From today onwards, all the mechanical weapons in this shop will be mine. What's with the ruckus? Open your eyes and take a good look. Who are you fighting with? Are all of you tired of living? The one who spoke was Playboy. He had an arrogant look on his face. His clothes were not ordinary. He was surrounded by a group of swift and fierce guards. A cold intent flashed past Sai Lei's eyes. Her face was smiling like a flower. Why would I? Sai Lei has just completed a piece of work. This is the most outstanding mechanical weapon that Sai Lei has ever completed. Playboy exited the city. He said in a deep voice, Uncle Feng, send people to watch. I want to see who is behind Sai Lei. It would be best if there is someone capable. If there isn't, you dare to play tricks in front of me. You're asking for death. He had dealt with countless women. He had long been a playboy. He had never met a woman that he could not throw money at. What he meant was that he did not throw enough money at her. But Sai Lei's attainments in mechanical weapons were definitely worth 500 million star coins. When Tang Tian heard that the killing intent in his heart could not be suppressed. When he saw Sai Lei, he was shocked and had the idea of getting Sai Lei into his hands. Finished. She waved her hand at the three pandas. The three pandas understood. They immediately brought out a snow-white mechanical weapon. Someone is causing trouble again, Tang Tian thought. He took out the gorilla mask and followed them. He had a feeling that these people would not let this matter rest. He wanted to see where these people came from. Tang Tian stared at Chushue for a long time. He understood. Chushue's design was more beautiful and exquisite than Sky Tiger. Even the number of card slots was the same. But Tang Tian could tell who was better with one look. Tang Tian was also stunned. 500 million star coins. Many star coins appeared in his mind. Playboy squinted his eyes. His gaze was as though he wanted to strip her naked. He had seen countless women, but he had never met a woman like Sai Lei. Her looks and temperament were perfect. Thinking about having such a high-quality woman in his pocket, his heart could not help but feel hot. But this woman was really a high-quality woman, Sai. Sai Lei's words were like flowers falling from the sky. The eyes of the crowd became brighter and brighter. He had coincidentally obtained a fierce soldier. He immediately realized the shocking value of this new mechanical technique. He had spent a lot of effort to find a shop that sold this new mechanical weapon. One set of mechanical weapon, 20 million star coins. Although those who played with mechanical weapons were not short of money, they were still stunned when they heard the number. The crowd exploded. Angry shouts could be heard. Playboy was finally unable to maintain his calm. His face darkened. He laughed coldly. I wonder which expert has such a good method. Miss Sai Lei, please tell us. Too troublesome, the sturdy man muttered. Chapter 221. The opponent's target was the young master. The other guards laughed out loud. Amu Duo was a famous female martial artist in the guards group. She was strong and was said to be in love with Qin Feng. Upon saying that, the young master suddenly reacted, his heart cursing. Playboy stared blankly at Tang Tian. His originally calm face suddenly revealed a shocked expression as though he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? The golden-haired young martial artist took the lead. The others did not dare delay and followed closely behind. Qin Feng suddenly bellowed, whoosh. A rock the size of a table suddenly flew out from the roadside. Its speed was extremely fast, bringing with it a biting, cold, whistling sound. Its target was the young master. Search. Tang Tian tilted his head and nodded. That is a good idea. Come, hand over the Aquarius Marshal cabinet first. Bang! He fell to the ground stiffly. The young master, who gradually regained his senses. His vision slowly regained focus. The gorilla mask gradually became clear. The gorilla face on the mask was extremely coarse. In the eyes of the young master, who was used to seeing all kinds of famous paintings, at this moment, it was extremely sinister. Qin Feng resisted the urge to scold him. You're afraid? If you're afraid, you won't do such a thing. Bang! When the others heard, their faces changed. Stop! Oh! You're truly a straightforward person. Tang Tian opened his mouth like a lion. Then 1 billion star coins it is. Don't say your young master. You can't even compare to 2 women. Qin Feng's face immediately changed. The young master's throat was tightly gripped by the opponent's 5 fingers. The opponent's fingers were like 5 steel claws, causing the young master to be unable to breathe. The opponent's arm was extended out, and the young master had no choice but to tiptoe. Qin Feng's face turned red, but he was not angry. This subordinate does not have young master's taste. It's better for women with more skin. After a full 15 seconds, Tang Tian then loosened his grip. Playboy's eyes turned white, and he coughed violently. Tang Tian's current finger strength was extremely terrifying. After grinding 10,000 anvils, it was definitely not a waste of effort. Even without using true power, Tang Tian's 5 fingers could easily pierce through a 5-centimeter steel plate. And after using true power, piercing the steel plate was like piercing tofu. All of you, shut up. Qin Feng was originally blocking in front of the young master. But at this moment, he flew backwards towards the young master. When he realized that his bosom was empty and he had lost sight of the other party, His face immediately turned pale. However, this assailant was far more slippery than he had imagined. Qin Feng only felt a pain in his abdomen, and his knee strike suddenly became soft and powerless. Then the assailant's back was pressed against his chest. Sizzle! Qin Feng's roar was like thunder that swept across the entire place. All the guards were frightened and subconsciously shut their mouths. Qin Feng slowly crawled up from the ground. There were a few bloody holes on his chest that were still gushing with blood. However, Qin Feng didn't seem to care. His gaze was fixated on the mysterious masked man. It was a small silver bottle the size of a palm. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but whistle. Yo, it's a high-class product! The young noble only saw Qin Feng blocking in front of him, shattering the rock with a single punch. However, he suddenly let out a groan and flew backwards. The young master's strength was not weak, but he had too little battle experience. Furthermore, he was indulging in debauchery every day, and his body had long been hollowed out. Seeing Qin Feng flying towards him, he immediately panicked. It was truly a high-class product. This silver bottle was called the Silver Aquarius Cabinet. It was one of the higher-grade treasures in the Aquarius constellation. Its capacity was much bigger than the Aquarius Marshall Cabinet and was a small-scale warehouse. He trembled as he took out his own Aquarius Cabinet. A strange look flashed past Playboy's eyes. He cooperated and erased the Silver Aquarius Cabinet's imprint. But he didn't dare to anger the other party. He said in a deep voice, "Then what do you want to do to make you let my young master go?" Tang Tian checked at once. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he then left his imprint. What exactly happened? Amu Duo couldn't help but ask, "Didn't Qin Feng go with young master?" If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have been able to discover these extremely small marks. Under Playboy's shocked gaze, Tang Tian opened the Silver Aquarius Cabinet. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party was here for money. Not good. Offended. A hoarse and low voice came out from behind the mask. "The star dollars offended me. Tell me, I'm so strong, but I'm so poor. Isn't that unreasonable?" The gorilla mask in front of him entered his eyes. Young master's mind went blank. Young master is in trouble. Tang Tian's breathing suddenly became heavy. The golden-haired young man's expression turned cold. Young master's Silver Aquarius Cabinet's imprint has been erased. Tang Tian couldn't be bothered. He tightened his fingers. Playboy's eyeballs popped out. His expression was like a dying fish. "How dare you? You actually dare." If it was up to him, only a woman who could tear tigers and leopards apart would be exciting enough. Seeking death. Qin Feng pretended to laugh bitterly. "Friend, don't play with us. Who would carry 1 billion star dollars on them? That 500 million star dollars was just young master's probing words." Qin Feng's heart jumped. This despicable sneak attacker was actually attached to the back of the rock. Qin Feng also laughed out loud. Just at that moment, his heart suddenly felt a sense of danger. Qin Feng's mind raced. Seems like young master's extravagance had attracted the other party's covetous eyes. Young master was completely stunned. Tang Tian happily received the Silver Aquarius Cabinet. Just as he was about to leave his imprint, the martial spirit in his body suddenly jumped. With a thought, he used the martial spirit's light aura to look carefully. Immediately, he realized that on the Silver Aquarius Cabinet, there was an extremely small mark. The rock immediately broke into pieces. Broken pieces flew everywhere. Qin Feng's body did not move an inch. It is very illogical. Qin Feng said against his will, "The star dollars are easy to deal with. Friend, please put down my young master first. Young master's body is not good. If he is frightened, friend's star dollars will be gone." A strong burst of energy exploded. It was as though he was struck by a star spirit beast. His body was out of control and flew backwards. The other guards, looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Their minds were in a blank. What? Could it be that Uncle Fong, Mrs. Amuduo? Young Master teased. When young Master heard that, he finally reacted. He immediately said, "I was really just saying. If you don't believe me, you can search." An ominous glint surfaced in Qin Feng's eyes. It was not easy for him to be by the young Master's side. Someone actually dared to sneak an attack on him. He was immediately enraged. With a shake of his shoulder, his tall and sturdy body suddenly appeared in front of the rock. The body of the silver Aquarius suddenly lit up with a faint light aura. It blocked Tang Tian's martial spirit, silver flame. But the power of the silver martial spirit was quickly displayed. The light aura of the silver Aquarius became dimmer and dimmer. After 10 breaths of time, all the light aura of the silver Aquarius disappeared. The hoarse voice beside his ear was as cold as a blade. The tone was unquestionable, but the sneak attacker's reaction was faster than his. His 5 fingers were like claws. He clawed at Qin Feng's body. It was as though he was pierced by a few steel awls. His entire body's qi immediately dissipated. That was personally done by the clan elders. Be careful. Such a treacherous fellow. There was definitely something wrong. Tang Tian laughed coldly in his heart. He simply threw the silver Aquarius cabinet into the martial spirit, silver flame. Everyone exclaimed. The silver Aquarius cabinet's imprint was erased. That was the worst outcome. Either young Master was dead, or young Master was captured. Whichever it was not a good thing. Qin Feng raised his knee. It was a standard knee strike. If this strike connected, the opponent would be crippled even if he did not die. Not good. The young Master's eyes were filled with deep fear. He had never been so close to death as he was just now. The strong feeling of suffocation made him feel as though he was about to die. "Friend." Qin Feng's heart tightened. He immediately said, We'll give it. The young martial artist's eyes were filled with anger. His golden hair was like a ball of fire. The other people's faces changed, especially Almu Duo. His face was filled with worry. The rock's speed was as fast as lightning. Adding its huge body, the sound of the wind it brought was terrifying. Someone jeered, "I wonder if Uncle Feng's skin is tough." In that moment, the faint connection between the silver Aquarius cabinet and the silver Aquarius cabinet had completely disappeared. The urgent alarm bell rang. The martial artists in the camp were all stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. But very quickly the entire camp was in chaos. Tang Tian's words were from the bottom of his heart. "Friend, why don't you name a number?" Qin Feng said. Qin Feng was experienced. After experiencing the initial chaos of being ambushed, he immediately knew the opponent's target. "Move out." "Star coins." "Of course it's star coins." Tang Tian suppressed his voice and said, "Just now you were willing to pay 500 million star coins for a woman. Tell me, how much is your master worth?" Suddenly, the golden-haired young man's face changed. Not good. All the marks on Master's silver Aquarius cabinet have been erased. I am actually being controlled. Dang. Friend, how did we offend you? He. The masked man's laughter was extremely strange. There are so many of you. I'm so scared. All the wealth, power, beauty in the face of death was a joke and meaningless. His armor shone with a shocking light aura. He looked like a god of war. He held a battle axe in his hand. He bellowed, "Amu Duo, Mo Lin, Gui Hu Shouta Shao Air." Qin Feng could not understand Master's strange hobby, but he mumbled a few words, then shut his mouth. Although Sai Lei was beautiful, but to a martial arts fanatic like him, it was nothing. But Qin Feng's eyes blurred. A figure suddenly rushed into his embrace. I didn't. Playboy's eyes rolled around. For safety reasons, the silver Aquarius cabinet of the aristocratic families would usually be tampered with. If there was an accident, the family would be the first to know. Some of the silver Aquarius cabinet even had a tracking function. A young martial artist with a steely face appeared at the entrance of the camp. Erase the imprint. He did not care about the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that Master had fallen into the opponent's hands. A ball of light aura enveloped his fist. He threw a punch towards the rock. The guards panicked and roared. Immediately it was noisy. Everyone's face was filled with fear. If anything happened to Master, no one here would be able to survive. This time, even Master could not help but laugh. Duo was strong, but his temper was also extremely bad. In terms of the ranking of the guards, Duo was above Qin Feng. A few figures with shocking momentum came from every corner of the camp and landed in front of the young martial artist. Chapter 222. The golden-haired martial artist's eyes flashed a cold aura. His entire body was like a cold sword being unsheathed. Mo Lin will escort young Master back to the residence. The rest of you follow. Bing saw Tang Tian panting as he appeared in the recruit barracks and was curious. What are you doing here? Didn't you go get Flamingo for Ling Su? Why did you come back? Duo suddenly asked sternly. Where's Qin Feng? Finished. He was the first to take out all the things he had on him. Very quickly, the ground was filled with all sorts of things. These guards often had to survive in the wild, so all of them had large amounts of things on them. This concerned their young master's safety, and no one dared to lie about it. After a while, Bing reacted and cried out involuntarily, Don't tell me you robbed a warehouse! The golden-haired martial artist's expression suddenly turned cold. Each of you guard one direction. Seal off the scene. These people, no one is allowed to leave. Tang Tian's speed did not decrease, but increased and rushed into the town, causing a commotion. Without saying a word, Tang Tian rushed into the starry door. Rob. Bing looked at Tang Tian with a weird face. This is not like your style. Since when did you like to do business without any capital? The rest of them heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, young Master was fine. It was a blessing in disguise. The golden-haired martial artist looked at him indifferently. The battle axe in his hand suddenly waved. A dazzling gold light flew out of the axe, whistling towards the martial artist. Magic Flute also reacted and inhaled a cold breath. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded and did not know what to say. The few of them agreed loudly. Without saying a word, they guarded every direction. All the guards looked at each other. Once it involved battles, money, treasures, Tang Tian's mind would become extremely good. He maintained a speed that was neither fast nor slow, just to lure them over. Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, Tang Tian suddenly threw the young Master Go in his hands towards Qin Feng, and at the same time turned and ran. I lost him. Qin Feng's face turned green. Just as we reached this corner, he disappeared. Popper. Search. The golden-haired martial artist shouted coldly. The young master fainted, and Tang Tian could only see a small black. Blood rained down from the sky as the martial artist's body was split in half. Tang Tian did not bother, and used his other hand to search young Master Ji's body again. And as expected, he did not find anything. Seeing this, Tang Tian stared at the guards. Take out everything you have on you. If you leave even one item on you, then be careful of your young master's life. Everyone, it's time to show your loyalty. Tang Tian looked a little embarrassed, but soon his eyes lit up. He grabbed something that looked like a shield from the hill and said, Look at this, it's glowing. It must be a treasure. But when they saw the pursuers behind Tang Tian, they immediately reacted. A pillar of blood soared into the sky, and the martial artist fell to the ground. Tang Tian looked at the mountainous pile of items in the silver treasure chest, and his breathing almost stopped. Tang Tian then told the story of Sai Lei meeting with trouble, and how he followed the group and ambushed them. Then he passed through the star door and used the Southern Cross Constellation Cross door to escape. Finally, he said proudly, they must still be wandering around Maple Forest Planet. and they must think that I'm a great thief of Maple Forest Planet. They would never think that Sai Lei is there. Bang! A minute later, the golden-haired martial artist and the rest rushed into the star door. Hot blood rushed to his head, but Tang Tian quickly calmed down. Star coin card! Bing was surprised. Why is your brain working so well when it comes to robbing? Playboy's willpower had long crumbled. He took out a star coin card from his bosom. It's all here. There's still 15 million star coins left. The golden-haired martial artist kept his battle axe. He ignored the blood on the ground and said coldly, "Why? Who needs to ask me why?" Bing's gaze landed on the shield in Tang Tian's hands. He was stunned. The golden-haired martial artist's ruthless and cruel actions immediately attracted dissatisfaction. A martial artist stood out with a gloomy face. Why? Just because you have some strength, you dare to come to Maple Forest Planet to kill people? Master Qin went to chase after the robbers. The guard immediately pointed to the direction where Qin Feng disappeared. Over there! He just left not long ago. And 500 million. Qin Feng clenched his teeth. No one is allowed to stay. Throw them all out. No one was stupid. Tang Tian's speed and aura were definitely not ordinary. In a small place like Three Spirit City, a Heaven's Road grade martial artist would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted. Everyone's speed was extremely fast. Very quickly, they saw Qin Feng's figure in the distance, and the robber who was running with his head lowered. The golden-haired martial artist and the rest were roused. Mu Duo even let out a long whistle. He dared to pick up girls even when he had no money. Tang Tian replied, then poured out everything in the silver Aquarius cabinet. Robbery, Tang Tian said. No one moved. Big business? Bing's poker face immediately lit up. He immediately leaned over. What big business? With just a glance, Tang Tian saw a few sparkling things. The flowing light aura made it obvious that they were not ordinary items. The crowd was in an uproar. A brave martial artist stood out. Who are you guys? Why? According to Bing's markings, there should be a star door in front. Tang Tian said, I made a big deal. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and threw young master to another guard. Look after young master! The fiery red blade aura was like a fiery python, hissing as it rushed towards the golden axe aura. Magic Flute face-bombed. He could not bear to watch. As expected, not long later, a small town appeared in front of them. Tang Tian was roused. This small town was called Maple Forest Town. It was the Star Door town of Three Spirit City. The Star Door town was a small town that existed because of the Star Door. Maple Forest Town had a star door that led to the Maple Forest Planet. The fiery python immediately split into pieces. Countless sparks flew. The martial artist's face changed. He did not have time to react. The dazzling golden light aura pierced into his chest. His eyes twitched. From the small mountain, he picked up a rusty cup. Did you pick up a mountain of trash? This kind of thing. Even if you throw it on the streets, no one will pick it up. Coming out from the other side of the star door, they saw Qin Feng with a terrible expression. The surrounding people looked at the group of people in fear. One look and they could tell that they were powerful. Adding that all of their faces were filled with killing intent, they could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Idiots, trying to use intelligence with this godlike young man. You will all die very quickly. Bang! A 10 tall small mountain appeared in front of Bing and Magic Flute. Tang Tian noticed the people behind him. He did not panic. Behind his mask, he revealed a pleased smile. To be able to defeat Master Qin Feng, he was at least a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. How did he end up like this? I'm rich. He actually wanted to say, brother, how miserable are you exactly? At least you are a Heaven's Road grade. Others thought that he was panicking, but he was already prepared. Bing had been loitering around Three Spirit City for a long time. The surrounding star doors were all clear to him. The other people's eyes lit up. That's right, That was the most probable method. All the guards looked at Tang Tian as though they were looking at a monster. They had never seen such an ugly bandit. No matter how greedy a bandit was, he would not be able to be so picky. Even their toilet paper, fruit knives, teacups, and other small items were not spared. The golden-haired martial artist's expression was cold. The surrounding people's faces were all pale. They kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to make a sound. Before he finished his sentence, he was like an arrow that left the bow, rushing out, chasing after Tang Tian's silhouette. Qin Feng stared at Tang Tian. He had been looking for an opportunity, but Tang Tian did not give him one. He said, "Friend, you've taken the silver Aquarius cabinet. You've also taken the star coin card. Put down our young master first. How about that?" Suddenly disappeared? The golden-haired martial artist snorted. "Seems like this is his lair. He must be hiding somewhere." Qin Feng and the rest knew that their boss was truly angry. Tang Tian did not look. Since the silver Aquarius cabinet was huge, he threw everything in. But he quickly became excited. "Come and see. What good stuff did you get?" The martial artist's face darkened. A heavy blade appeared in his hand. With a roar, he slashed forward. Tang Tian completely did not know what they were thinking. He could faintly hear footsteps approaching him. Not a single blade of grass was left. The colorful ground was now empty. His gaze swept across the surroundings. His gaze was extremely sharp. Like a sword, it pierced through people's hearts. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to look him in the eye. Today, that brat would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Tang Tian used a lot of strength in this smash, causing young Master Ge to scream out in fright and shut his eyes tightly. Qin Feng was afraid that he would hurt his young master. He immediately lowered his body and caught him. There was no doubt about the importance of the Star Door. Although there was not much activity between Maple Forest Planet and Three Spirit City, it was still a small town. Gui Fox said softly, "He must have taken off his mask and changed his clothes. He wants to blend into the crowd and slip away." "Chi!" Tang Tian cursed in his heart. The two of them were dumbstruck. The few of them were like wolves and tigers. They walked along the crowd and searched everyone. After 20 seconds, Qin Feng, who was following behind, entered the Star Door without saying a word. A dazzling golden light suddenly rushed into the martial artist's chest. "Wait a minute." Bing suddenly walked in front of Xiaoshan. He picked up a roll of toilet paper. He looked at Tang Tian weirdly. "Why is there such a thing?" Amu Duo did not wait for his orders. He rushed out first. Everyone else's faces were filled with killing intent. Today's matter would definitely cause an uproar. To them, it was a huge humiliation. All of them were proud and arrogant. How could they endure such humiliation? Magic Flute, who did not interrupt, looked at Tang Tian with interest. Not long later, the golden-haired martial artist arrived. Seeing the unconscious young master, everyone's face changed. The golden-haired martial artist touched the young master's chest. His face relaxed. "He's fine. He's just a little frightened." But the few of them were filled with anger. Even if there were more people, they would not be afraid. Bang! At this moment, how could Qin Feng and the rest not understand Tang Tian's thoughts? Qin Feng anxiously shouted, "Stop him!" Qin Feng heard the whistle. He was roused. He replied with a whistle. Chapter 223. Magic Flute looked at the pile of items in front of Tang Tian and laughed out loud. Tang Tian and Magic Flute were dumbstruck. It was the first time they had heard of such an unimaginable treasure. It depends on who is holding it. Bing quickly regained his composure and suddenly laughed. "But it suits you. The Blood Rush Shield requires strong physical strength to be able to disperse the power of the enemy's attack into your entire body. Your body will be like a sponge, storing all the scattered power. As long as you store enough power, you will be able to release this power that is many times stronger than your body in an instant." Tang Tian immediately took out first snow and said happily, "Haha, look, I got it back!" Tang Tian happily walked into Sai Lei's card shop. Upon seeing Tang Tian, Sai Lei's eyes lit up, she shot forward and could not suppress her smile. "Today I did a big business." Immediately after, he lowered his voice and told her about his gains. Of course, she could not help but exaggerate how heroic and extraordinary Tang Tian was, how decisive he was, how astute and deep foresight, etc. Magic Flute praised, "I never thought that the ancient era would be so rich and varied. Blades are not used for offense, but for defense, and shields are not used for defense, but for offense. Doing the opposite, brilliant, brilliant." Exploding airball. Bing's face surfaced a nostalgic smile. They were also very clear of their advantages, so their clothes were very thick, looking short and thick. Their lower body was extremely stable. Sometimes, when we controlled the mechanical weapons to hit them, they might not even budge. They were like a lump of metal, stupid and heavy. That one move was enough. Bing sneered. Their shield defense technique is unparalleled. To say that water could not enter, that was not an exaggeration. They are called blade shield soldiers. The blades in their hands have two uses. One is defense. They developed a specialized blade defense style. It is hard to imagine. The blade defense style is very annoying, like a housefly. The other use is when the power erupts to launch an attack. The attacking techniques they were proficient in were very few, often only one or two. However, they had honed these two moves very skillfully, and their power was very strong. Coupled with their explosive power, that power, TSK, was really nostalgic. The saber and shield soldier saber light was not something that the heaven shower saber Wuguang from before could compare to. There were also people who were even more sinister. Their killer moves were not sabers, but shields. Later on, they developed the shield bashing style, which was even more wretched. I met one. It was dangerous. I was always on guard against the knife in his hand. I didn't expect him to suddenly use his shield to hit me. But as more and more people used it, fewer people fell for it. Tang Tian was horrified by Bing's description. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. Bing said that it was one of the things they hated the most in the past, and in Bing's evaluation, it was definitely a high evaluation. To be able to give Bing such a high evaluation, it was definitely not an ordinary thing, and Tang Tian still had this bit of knowledge. Bing continued, "The blade shield soldiers of the Ophiuchus army are like balloons. Every time he took an enemy attack, it was like a balloon being hit by a ball of air. The more attacks he took, the more air accumulates in his body, and the more dangerous they become. They can give you a fatal blow anytime. Really, that explosive power is extremely scary. They can kill many martial artists who are stronger than them in one move. Do you know what nickname we gave them at that time?" But in the blink of an eye, he forced a smile. "Haha, at least 15 million star coins." Yes, Bing's mood was slightly down. He forced a smile. This was one of the things we hated the most in the past. It's a pity that no one knows about it now. Such a good thing. Mixed in with a pile of trash, it's really... Magic Flute was dumbstruck. Could it be that this fellow, did he really not have the awareness of being a robber? All these things were really stolen, and he actually scolded the person who was robbed for not being hardworking enough. But when he heard Tang Tian say that he had obtained a bunch of noble luxury goods, he grinded his teeth and laughed until he fell. Tang Tian did not understand. He immediately passed the shield in his hands to Bing. Bing lowered his head and carefully caressed the shield. Although the shield had experienced many years, it looked like there was only a layer of dust on it. Casually brushing away the dust, the light aura of the shield became even more gentle, with a faint blood color. The shield did not have any strange patterns on it. It was shockingly simple. Slowly enjoy the scenery of Maple Forest Planet. Is this blood rush shield very powerful? Tang Tian came over. Instead, Magic Flute started to categorize it. How much is it worth? Tang Tian asked directly. The blade shield soldiers of the Ophiuchus army, The first requirement is to be strong, born with godly strength. That is the most basic requirement. Little Tang Tang and that housefly cow are very suitable. Then do they rely on that move? Tang Tian could not help but ask. No. Bing's tone was gloomy. This is our nemesis in the past, the Ophiuchus army's blood rush shield. Finished, he angrily went into the martial god shrine to find Sai lay again. In Tang Tian's mind, a short and fat round metal ball appeared, densely packed on the battlefield, and immediately blushed with shame. Sold a set of 20 million mechanical weapons, right? Tang Tian raised his eyebrows and said, I was outside at that time. Tang Tian did not understand. What's wrong? This asshole. This show-off. This playboy. Tang Tian was so angry that he scolded. All he thinks about is women. Humph. What aristocratic family. In the hands of this trash, they will be finished sooner or later. Tang Tian looked at the blood rush shield in his hands and felt that it was interesting. Flustered and exasperated, Tang Tian turned to look at Bing. Bing waved his hand. There are quite a few spirit cards, but none of them are good stuff. I feel that you will not want them. The only thing that can be considered as a reward is probably the blood rush shield. Money? Magic Flute was stunned, but quickly reacted and laughed involuntarily. If you say it's expensive and it's cheap. To the aristocrats, these things are simply priceless treasures. Look at this black robe. It's made from the highest quality black velvet and is extremely precious. Any aristocratic disciple, upon seeing it, would be palpitating with excitement. Look at this charm gem. The quality is relatively high. It's a rare pink color, and it's extremely pure. If you attend any banquet, you will instantly become the center of attention. Countless beautiful ladies will unknowingly surround you. How many people can resist such temptation? Bring it over for me to see. Bing's tone was slightly gloomy. Tang Tian's face turned green and red. Anyone would think that they had robbed a treasure trove, but in the end they found out that it was a pile of scrap metal. This strong disparity made Tang Tian so angry that he almost vomited blood. In a blink of an eye, he picked up a pile of shiny things. Quick, look at these treasures. That's good stuff. Tang Tian did not understand. Then why do you say that it's cheap? Bing hesitantly looked at the pile of trash, hesitating whether to go forward or not. The streets of Three Spirit City were extremely peaceful. Those rascals were still in Maple Forest Planet. Maple Forest Planet only had one star door to Three Spirit City. Those rascals would never think that Tang Tian had already returned to Three Spirit City. That's right. Bing nodded. Magic Flute was moved. One of the three great armies, the Ophiuchus army. Magic Flute explained. Because this is something used by the aristocrats. No, more accurately, this is something that only the big aristocrats would use. For these kinds of things, they usually have a history and are easy to find out, but it's not easy to get rid of them. You don't understand them well. The small aristocrats do not care about stolen goods. They would even purposely buy stolen goods, since it's cheap. But the real big aristocrats, they are a group of people who are obsessed with cleanliness and would definitely not be able to accept things of unknown origins. If they become the laughingstock of everyone because of this, it would be worse than killing them. How is that possible? Bing laughed out loud. It's not like every battle is a decisive battle. It's hard for you to understand how frequent wars were in our era. In a month, we would fight for 20 days. It was extremely normal. If we fought to the death every time without retreating, then we would really die. In such an era of war, to be able to survive is the most fundamental principle. Almost all the powerful shield-type treasures mostly came from Scutum constellation, and Scutum constellation was the constellation that produced the most shield treasures. To you, it's really not worth much. Magic Flute said honestly. Tang Tian seemed to have heard something unbelievable. You guys actually know how to escape? Shouldn't you guys fight to the death without retreating? What's it called? Tang Tian blurted out. Escape? Tang Tian was stunned. Escape? That means These things are not worth much. Tang Tian's tone became bad. Tang Tian glanced at Xiao Shan from the corner of his eyes and immediately reacted. Let's not talk about the blood rush shield first. Quickly help me take a look. Is there anything else valuable? Magic Flute was, after all, a very cultured spirit general, and quickly kept his smile. These things are not star treasures, but some of the aristocrats' luxury goods. The materials used, the tailoring, they're all very particular. Seems like the person you are robbing is not simple. Tang Tian thought about it and felt that it was right. Scutum constellation star treasures? Magic Flute asked curiously. So you know how hateful these things are. Bing laughed. Especially those fellows from the Ophiuchus army. They quietly defend against your attacks, but it is also full of danger. At that time we had a saying, when fighting with the blade and shield soldiers of the Ophiuchus army, if you're not able to defeat them in 10 moves, you will be in a dangerous situation. If after 20 moves, you still have not broken through their defense, then run. His words were filled with sorrow. Their era had long passed, and the divine weapons of the past were covered with a thick layer of dust, and no one could recognize them. Tang Tian's main point were those sparkling and shining things. One look at the bright light. They were definitely treasures. Sai Lei laughed so hard that she was convulsing. After a long time, she then stopped, panting. The cost of this thing is only 2 million star coins. I purposely cheated him. Why did you bring it back? Don't tell me I can still sell it? I had planned to cheat him and not sell it anymore. You actually snatched it back, ha 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 ha. Chapter 224. That was a huge amount of wealth. How much Corvus gold does Corvus constellation produce in a year? Tang Tian asked. Asshole, I have never seen so much money before. How much do you have? Tang Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes red. In the past, you guys had such techniques. Magic Flute looked at the flickering cards on the martial technique wall. His heart was shocked. There were many things from the ancient times. Even now, they were still very powerful. Tang Tian's excited voice could almost pierce through people's eardrums. Don't tell me you went out to rob again. Bing's face was calm. 8 million star coins. Tang Tian's eyes immediately turned red. Xie Qing was truly shocked. Don't tell me Master wants to buy in large quantities. Is it really worth that much? Tang Tian was moved. According to this ratio, 100,000 stone gravel beasts could roughly produce 5,000 kilograms of Corvus gold. 1 kilogram for 500,000 star coins, that was 5 billion star coins. Exchanging for food? That's a waste of resources. Sai Lei's eyes widened. No, I want to go to Corvus constellation. I want to do this business. God, this is definitely a profiteering business with 10,000% profit. Now everyone has not discovered this characteristic of Corvus gold. We need to take this chance and eat a large amount. We need. Tang Tian's eyes were already red, and his blood started to flow, especially when he thought about the majestic march towards the Xie sword village. The number of 100,000 stone gravel beasts. Tang Tian's heart almost stopped beating. If that is true, then this problem we have to be careful. Bing's expression congealed. This can possibly affect the structure of Heaven's Road. If mechanical weapons use spirit jades, then it will be hard to mass produce. In our era, spirit jades are very rare materials. Now spirit jades are even more expensive. Corvus gold's price is much cheaper. Magic Flute was silent for a moment, then said, Ghost Claw will definitely succeed. An even bolder plan formed in his mind. Magic Flute laughed out loud. What do you mean? Tang Tian asked. However, there was still the 15 million star currency card, which gave Tang Tian some comfort. We need to plan this well, Bing said in a rare, serious tone. Not expensive at all. Tang Tian shook his head. This is a specialty of Corvus constellation. It is obtained from a star spirit beast called the stone gravel beast. The locals use it to exchange for food. Tang Tian found Xie and asked, Corvus gold from Corvus constellation. How much is it usually sold for? A shocking scene occurred. A golden spirit card that was emitting rays of light like a fierce shark swallowed the spirit card that was stuck on the martial technique wall. Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully. For example, if these 100,000 stone gravel beasts are exterminated, then after a long period of time, the stone gravel beasts on this planet will be extinct. I need at least 2 to 3 years to recover. Xie said, All right. Sai Lei also understood the gravity of the matter and nodded without hesitation. Yes. Once Sai Lei talked about the professional field, she immediately became extremely serious. I have always had a headache over this problem. Mechanical weapons and martial spirits. The biggest problem is how to implant the martial spirit into the mechanical weapon. I used spirit jades before, but the price of spirit jades is too expensive. And spirit jades have a weakness, which is that they are fragile. Corvus gold perfectly solves this problem. The quality is hard, and the price should not be too expensive. If you want to buy in large quantities, master, it is best to find those trading companies. Xie explained. But those who do business with Corvus gold are all small trading companies. The profits are not high, and the big trading companies are not willing to do it. Sai Lei hopes that we can buy large quantities of Corvus gold. Other people should not have discovered the use of Corvus gold. Tang Tian said seriously, We have prepared 50 million star coins, adding the 100,000 stone gravel beasts outside. Wow, that's a lot of money. Humph, if we wait for other people to react, the price of Corvus gold will definitely soar. And at that time, the stone gravel beasts of Corvus constellation will be extinct. Sai Lei sneered. At that time, it will be too late for you to regret. The price of 10 kilograms of Corvus gold will definitely be lower than spirit jades, but it is not without its disadvantages. For example, it is heavier. To high-end mechanical weapons, the amount of Corvus gold required is astonishing and will greatly increase the weight of the mechanical weapon. But for low-end mechanical weapons, it is definitely worth it. 10 kilograms of Corvus gold can be sold for at least 5 million star coins. That is definitely not a problem. That is also 500,000 star coins for 1 kilogram. Tang Tian said happily. That's right, Sai Lei said the spirit jades worth 8 million. 10 kilograms of Corvus gold can be replaced. Sai Lei was shocked. Did she provoke him too much just now? She stammered. Not much. About 70 to 80%, counting. There should be around 30 million left. Sai Lei had already thought of a model. The cost was around 9 million star coins. But there were many materials that could not be bought. Helplessly, she just made a low-grade version, and even pulled Bing over to test it out. Uncle. Tang Tian laughed bitterly. This time Chushua had really become a hot potato. If he took it out to sell, it would be easy for others to find out, so he could only temporarily keep it in his hands. Of course, Sai Lei said indignantly. Do you know how much spirit jades are worth? A mung bean-sized black iron spirit jade sells for at least 20,000 star coins. And such a size of spirit jade can only be used as a fierce soldier. And the biggest cost of a fierce soldier is this. The cost of a fierce soldier is only 30,000 star coins. And for a martial spirit of the level of Sky Tiger, a single piece of spirit jade needs to exceed 100 grams. 100 grams is the size of a red date, and the purity has to reach the silver grade. Do you know how much it costs? If not for the fact that the military warehouse has it. Do you think we can afford it? Starting from 8 million star coins. 10 kilograms of Corvus gold equals 8 million star coins. Chushua's cost was only 2 million star coins. According to Sai Lei's original plan, 5 to 6 million would be enough. She did not expect to meet such a sucker. 20 million star coins, making Sai Lei elated. Magic Flute's expression also became serious. Behind the cross door on the martial technique wall, Bing continuously pasted the spirit cards in his hands onto the martial technique wall. Carrier of the martial spirit? Tang Tian was stunned. What secret? Bing was curious. Don't tell me there's a little crow inside. Tang Tian was unhappy. Hey, uncle, I'm serious. Sai Lei said that Corvus gold can replace spirit jades. After so many years, his heart was like a boulder, but this boulder was already filled with cracks. This was the corrosion of time. But the silent and wooden ghost claw made him see how strong his dreams were. Even after so many years, it was still like steel. The surface of the gold spirit card suddenly released a ball of mist, and then the mist enveloped the surface of the card, and the patterns on the surface of the card could not be seen. If I provide you with funds, how much can you buy? Tang Tian asked. Are you sure? Tang Tian looked at Sai Lei seriously. I'm betting all my assets, all of it. Nonsense. A godlike young lad like me, of course, I'm righteous. Tang Tian stared at Bing, and then smiled. Uncle, do you still remember the Corvus gold from the last time? Tang Tian nodded. You have to go to the military warehouse to hide for a while, to avoid the limelight. Now there's definitely no one to protect you. Great King? Magic Flute was stunned. There's such a weird name for a card. Sai Lei's eyes lit up. No problem. I can still squeeze out 5 million. That's 50 million. Then, adding the 15 million I have here, it's 45 million. Tang Tian quickly calculated. We'll use all of it to buy Corvus gold. Bing's poker face twitched, then said, People who play too much poker will always be like this. But that card is really strong. But swallowing cards does not always have good results. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on that trace of martial spirit. Some martial spirits are not strong enough, and in the end the card will explode. What's wrong with the Corvus gold? Bing's face was weird. I sent it to Sai Lei. Tang Tian rushed in like a gust of wind. Bing and Magic Flute, who had long heard the commotion, looked at each other, and quietly left the martial technique wall. Xie Qing was surprised, but he still replied, A kilogram is about 500 star coins. Not every stone gravel beast has Corvus gold. Usually 20 stone gravel beasts can produce about a kilogram of Corvus gold. 500 star coins can buy a lot of rations. Why did First Snow only ask for one? 2 million star coins is because she used Corvus gold. The capacity of Corvus gold is smaller than spirit jades. A red date-sized silver grade spirit jade requires 10 kilograms of Corvus gold. A red date-sized silver grade spirit jade requires 8 million star coins. How much does 10 kilograms of Corvus gold cost? Sai Lei's face was filled with anger. Big business. Definitely big business. This is the 13th spirit card. Bing said softly. His poker face had a hint of fear. Ghostclaw, this brat is unexpectedly fierce. The last strand of martial spirit is actually so ferocious. Oh, right, the Corvus gold you gave me last time. Where did you get it from? Sai Lei's eyes lit up. Good stuff. This amount is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I need more Corvus gold. This type of Corvus gold has a miraculous use. It is very suitable to be used as a carrier for martial spirits. This situation is very rare. Bing said without turning his eyes. The most common card on the martial technique wall is integration. This is not integration, but engulfment. The cards that are engulfed are much stronger than normal cards. In the past, our army also produced a few engulfment cards. The strongest was the Captain's King. Tang Tian's face was ashen as he listened to Sai Lei's story. The golden light aura was like breathing, bright and dark. Xie Qing heard Tang Tian's tone and became even more cautious. Normally for our village, we can hunt about 60 stone gravel beasts a month and get about 3 kilograms of Corvus gold. 1,500 star coins of income is enough for the village to live for a month. But this is hard to say. Sai Lei discovered a secret of the Corvus gold. Tang Tian said mysteriously. This was first snow. Sai Lei's expression also became solemn. I swear on the name of a mechanical engineer. Corvus gold can replace spirit jades? Bing suddenly stood up, his poker face suddenly became excited. It can really replace spirit jades. That's right. Tang Tian did not deny. Chapter 225. Towards this famous saying, Tang Tian understood it without a teacher, his eyes were red, and set out the idea that he had racked his brains and discussed with demonic flute for a long time. Bang! This power was too strong. Then one more time. Bing asked back. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's generosity. 5 days, 1 person a day for 1 million star coins. 5 people, 25 million star coins. Wu Guang held onto his broken blade, thumping his chest, his eyes suffused with a blood-red light. Wu Guang's eyes immediately turned red, his killing intent soaring. Xie Qing looked at Tang Tian in fear, his mind in a blank. Master Tang did not say a word, and gathered 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists. This. I caught you. Let me do it. Bing asked. Corvus constellation? Aha. I am here. Ayaya, where are you? He left a message for Big Brother Jing Hao, saying that he needed some reliable people and was willing to pay, and to report his location. He needed them to rush to his location within 3 days. If your instantaneous burst of power is 3 times your usual, can you get rid of it? Bing asked. Of course I can. Tang Tian understood. But I don't know how to use a shield. Entering Sky Tiger, Bing did a few stretches and suddenly disappeared from his original position. 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists. What kind of concept was that? Such a terrifying power if they were to crush their way. No sword village would be able to stop them. In order to stop them, the only way was for the few strongest sword villages to form an alliance. Xie Qing's cold breath clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. His mind was in a daze. But following that, his heart surged with endless fear. Master Tang. Don't tell me he wants to attack Corvus constellation. Crane, on the other hand, was extremely calm. After flying for 7 EM in the air, he smashed onto the ground like a sandbag. Very quickly, Jing Hao replied to Tang Tian, telling Tang Tian that Wu Guang's position was coincidentally nearby, so that Tang Tian could contact Wu Guang. Tang Tian deeply felt. What was the phrase, humans die for wealth, birds die for food? Now he was already thinking, why were there so few stone gravel beasts? The main point of our plan is the stone gravel beasts. Crane nodded his head calmly. All right. Yeah, let me try and see if this thing is as amazing as you said. Tang Tian said confidently, come on, use more strength. Where could he find business? How terrible. Ever since he met Tang Tian, that fat sheep, he lived a free and unfettered life for a period of time. However, he soon fell into a tight financial situation again. Come on. Tang Tian steeled himself. He didn't believe that he couldn't block this kick. A blurry shadow of a leg suddenly appeared in front of the Blood Rush shield. The air in front of the Blood Rush shield exploded with a loud bang. A circular wave of air abruptly exploded along the surface of the Blood Rush shield. The blue metal leg heavily struck the Blood Rush shield. Xie Qing's face was pale as he swallowed his saliva. Tang Tian had actually taken out 2,500 star coins. That meant that he was after more than 25 million. At this point, if he still did not understand the value of Corvus gold, then he would be too stupid. So fast. Wu Guang sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Su could not help but shout out, what about me? What about me? Heavens Road grade, 4 of them. I can find 4 more. What, all of them? Little bro Tang, you know the price. Star coins? Star coins are fine too. What? 5 million in 5 days. See, definitely no problem. You're the boss. Tell me, who do we need to kill? Give me 5 million. In 5 days, I'll kill whoever you want me to kill. Little bro Tang, Don't worry, us brothers are definitely reputable and trustworthy. This fellow was a good fighter. Yes, stone gravel beasts. To be more precise, Corvus gold. Tang Tian did not avoid Xie Qing and said, "In these 5 days, our main focus is on Corvus gold. We need to get the most amount of Corvus gold in the shortest time possible. One day, just one day, we will appear in front of you with our swords. Use more strength." Bing took Sky Tiger without saying a word. He squinted his eyes and said, "I like using strength the most." This asshole. Wu Guang was a little worried. He had spent all his money and accumulated points. Bing called out to Tang Tian, "Take advantage of today's time to train your blood rush shield. Because these 5 people, I will only hire them for 5 days. Each of them will cost 1 million star coins a day." Tang Tian said honestly. Tang Tian thought about the battle with the Stone Gravel Beast King and nodded his head. That's right. That thing is hard to deal with. I can't live like this. Who's going to give me money? Xie Qing took the star coin card. His hands were trembling and his face was flushed red. Crane did not say anything, but a strange look flashed past his eyes. Heavenly Crane constellation had been in decline for a long time. The number of Heaven's road grade martial artists could be counted with one's fingers, but his mother's family had a deep and powerful background. But even so, 5 Heaven's road grade martial artists were still a force to be reckoned with. Tang Tian felt that it made sense. Then let's try it out. Tang Tian returned to the cross door. You need more manpower? That's fine. I happen to have 2 brothers that I'm familiar with nearby. Don't worry. They are all Heaven's road grade experts. I will definitely not fool you. But he did not dare to have any distracting thoughts, other than gratitude. Tang Tian's display of strength was too shocking. With just 1 finger, the entire Xie family sword village would be destroyed. Ling Su looked at Tang Tian weirdly. "What are you doing?" Tang Tian struggled to get up from the ground. His face was extremely ugly. He stared fiercely at Sky Tiger. 1 person for 5 million star coins. For 5 days. That was an average of 1 million a day. Tang Tian suddenly caught sight of a blue shadow flashing past his left. Tang Tian's eyes widened. "How is it?" "Feels good, right?" Bing's teasing voice came from above. Tang Tian felt as though he was hit by a wild beast. His entire body flew out like a sandbag. Bing's poker face revealed a pleased expression. If it was a battle, that would be a big taboo. But tomorrow is fine. You just need to practice a little more. Those normal stone gravel beast attacks, you should be able to defend against them. If you can endure a few more hits, your sudden burst of power will be enough to kill the Stone Gravel Beast King. The Ophiuchus army used to do that frequently. Wretched. That group of people can think of all kinds of wretched moves. Don't you want to hurry? This is the best way. Bing's figure suddenly disappeared from Tang Tian's vision. Xie Qing immediately said, "I will let a few reliable people go to the trading companies to buy them on the same day. You will know when the time comes." Tang Tian once again revealed a pleased expression. "All right, everyone rest well. When they come tomorrow, everyone will be full of energy." Suddenly, the honorable martial plate lit up. Who would look for him at this time? Even if it was Heaven's road grade, such a price would definitely make people's hair stand on end. Heaven's road grade martial artists also needed to eat. Spirit cards also needed money. The star rocks used for training were always scarce. Beauties matched with heroes. Without star coins, no matter how heroic he was, he would not have beauties. Tang Tian used the honorable martial plate to find Big Brother Jing Hao. Xie Qing immediately nodded his head. No problem. Sigh. 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists appeared at the same time. Even blind, cord, old man had to retreat. His consciousness connected with the honorable martial plate. Seeing that it was Tang Tian, his spirit was suddenly roused. "Little brother Tang, what business do you have to introduce to Big Brother Wu? Big Brother Wu has been full of energy Recently, finished, he took out the blood rush shield and made a blocking pose. He said to Bing, "You try it." "Then what are we doing?" Ling Su asked impatiently. Wu Guang was actually nearby. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Xie Qing was not just stunned, but completely shaken. Every piece of flesh on his body, heart, liver, and lungs were trembling. Thinking about how their sword village could earn 1,500 star coins a month, they felt satisfied. If they earned 10,000 a month, that would only be 15 million. That's not enough, little brother Tang. What do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to wipe out the entire Corvus constellation, Sword Village. Aha, I'm just joking, no problem. As long as you give me the money. Wiping out the Sword Village is not a problem. Sure, our honorable martial alliance might not have anything else, but we definitely have a lot of strong martial artists. Stone gravel beasts? 3 days? Definitely not. I know where you are. Don't worry, in 1.5 days, I will definitely rush there. Of course you are following me. Tang Tian said with a matter-of-fact face. Bing and Magic Flute were not surprised. They had long received the news. We need to use the fastest time to wipe out the stone gravel beasts. So the best way is for us to first kill the stone gravel beast king, then hold back or force blind cord old man to retreat. Uncle Flute will use his sound martial technique to make these stone gravel beasts kill each other. Xie Qing will bring a few people to prevent the stone gravel beasts from escaping. You must bring all the villagers, so when we collect the Corvus gold, we can save time. Why 5 days? Crane suddenly asked. Tang Tian straightforwardly gave the remaining 25 million to the two of them. Buy as much as you can. Tang Tian continued. After that, we need to split into a few groups. One group will go to different trading companies to buy the Corvus gold. This action must be fast. If they come back to their senses, they will definitely not be willing to sell. Crane and Xie Qing will go and do this. Time is money. Tang Tian moved his numb arms, his expression fierce and disdainful. Pay. With just this bit of strength, you call it fun? What fun? Uncle, you're too old. You don't have any strength. I thought that kick of yours could kick a cow to death. With just this bit of strength? Now we need to change our plans. Tang Tian's gaze swept across the rest. Tomorrow there will be 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists coming to help. 1 day's time. What's the use of training? Tang Tian did not understand. The few of them stared blankly at Tang Tian. Stone gravel beasts. With 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists facing the majestic stone gravel beast army, their chances of winning had increased greatly. It could be said, with the addition of the 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists, their victory was almost set in stone. Usually it is useless, but for tomorrow's battle, it will be very useful. Bing explained, with your current strength, killing the stone gravel beast king is not easy, right? Chapter 226. Tang Tian stared at Bing with his eyes wide open. He could no longer raise his arm. Bing used more strength this time. The strength of this kick suddenly multiplied. Oh no, am I a pedantic spirit general? Tang Tian flew out again. This brat was so easily fooled. I can openly trample on this brat. Wahahaha. Bing was laughing maniacally in his heart. Tang Tian's slap just now made all of Magic Flute's emotions suddenly rush to the highest heavens. This, who? Bing stared blankly at Tang Tian. After a while, the shock in his heart slowly dissipated. Dong! Not only that Magic Flute who was originally stunned. Upon hearing the name, explosive kick, he quivered. Suddenly, he looked at Bing with extreme sympathy. This brat definitely did not feel that explosive kick. That kick of his was not an ordinary side kick. It had a name. City-breaking kick. Just like its name, this side kick was initially used in sieging a city. Under the kick of an expert, it could break open a city gate. It was the middle-level fighting technique of the mechanical weapons. It was famous for its strength, fast as lightning. Flew out. That kick just now was really refreshing. This wave of heat was too strong. Tang Tian's entire body felt like it was scalding. The aftershock did not stop, penetrating his body, straight into the ground. Tang Tian staggered a few steps back. Was this considered as asking to be humiliated? Forget it. Luckily, he had the mechanical weapon to block his face, Tang Tian, who was glaring at him. Every cell in his body was mobilized. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The floating air rolled up into a ball of air. The dust was like broken leaves, following the flow of air. The friction of the blue leg in the air produced heat. Everything slowed down like a still painting. Again, Tang Tian was unconvinced and roared. He was obviously dissatisfied with himself for actually retreating so many steps. Tang Tian immediately exploded, his eyes turning red. He clenched his teeth and said, "Come, if I'm afraid, you're not Tang Tian." He had always felt that he was a knowledgeable spirit general. But at this moment he felt that his knowledge was too shallow, his vision was too narrow, and his brain was not enough. Magic Flute looked at everything that was happening in front of him in shock. He completely did not know what to say. Tang Tian's tenacity had exceeded his expectations and deeply shocked him. Every time he thought that Tang Tian wouldn't be able to get up, that he wouldn't be able to do so. But this guy would still get up. Impossible! A wave of astonishing power suddenly struck onto the blood rush shield, and an unparalleled heat flow, as fine as hair, flowed into Tang Tian's body from the blood rush shield. Tang Tian's body stiffened. It was as if countless streams of heat had instantly rushed into his flesh and bones. "Come!" Tang Tian glared at him. Bang! Tang Tian entered an indescribably strange state. Obviously not. Looking at Tang Tian, who was trembling like a sieve, but still insisted on getting up, Bing's face was no longer smiling. 10,000 streams returned to the origin, converging into a sea. Every muscle in his body instinctively adjusted and trembled. The blood rush shield in his hands lowered and slowly tilted. Too powerful. The next day, pay half of the money first. The rest will be paid after the deed is done. Tang Tian did not say anything and took out 5-star coin cards. When Tang Tian was a scholar, he had interacted with the gangsters on the streets many times. He knew that, to these people, there was nothing more exciting than seeing money. Bang! Like a cannonball, he transformed into a straight blue light. What a natural-born warrior. His morale soared. Bing was slightly embarrassed by his own shamelessness. Among the same level martial artists, no one would be able to receive his crushing city kick and not take a step back. Even the experts among the Ophiuchus army's blade and shield soldiers could not do it. His entire body trembled and swayed, but he still did not admit defeat. A godlike young lad should not take a step back. After a full 20 seconds, Tang Tian finally regained his strength. He struggled to climb up. That pair of eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He stared fiercely at Bing and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Again! Xie Qing watched with trepidation. His current strength was not bad, and he was already mentally prepared. But when he truly saw the 5 heavens road-grade martial artists appearing in front of him, that strong aura still caused his heart to tremble. But not taking a step back, Wu Guang's loud voice came from afar. The 5 figures were like 5 angry arrows, rushing to the front of everyone in a moment. "This asshole MIA pedantic person?" Bing, who regained his composure, snorted. "I still thought you would not take a step back. Godlike young lad." "Then I'm coming." Bing scoffed. He was extremely pleased with himself. Sky Tiger's entire body was embedded in the wall. His surroundings were filled with spiderweb cracks. "Are you for real?" Bing, who had no limits of his shamelessness, pretended. "You can defend against it? I don't believe it. I suspect that if you take a few more kicks, you will be terrified. When that happens, you will hide in a corner and cry alone. How can I bear to see that?" Bing clenched his teeth. He fiercely rushed towards Tang Tian. Another city-breaking kick. A series of metal clashing sounds came out. The Blood Rush shield was like a small fly swatter. Sky Tiger was like a gigantic fly, but this gigantic fly was actually swatted away by the small fly swatter. Bing comforted himself. At the same time he was troubled, but he immediately reacted. Why would I be troubled by such things? Only those pedantic fellows would be restricted by such rules and regulations. Bing was stunned. In that moment he was stunned. Dang! Tang Tian waved his hand. Just like when he was a top student in school, he was extremely heroic. Let's go! Not good. The shield enlarged in his vision. Bing suddenly remembered. The shield that he had trampled on for so long was the Blood Rush shield. The Blood Rush shield blocked Bing's kick. Tang Tian's figure swayed, but he did not retreat. Such a tenacious fellow. Again, a voice that was similar to crying came out from behind the Blood Rush shield. Tang Tian's entire body was trembling. He was trembling more violently than Bing. His expression was distorted, but his eyes did not shrink back. It was like a raging fire. Magic Flute, who was at the side, was in awe. Bing's two city-breaking kicks were as fast as lightning. They were as heavy as a landslide. He did not even catch them. Such a martial technique in the Southern Cross Army. Even a qualified soldier was able to use it. Magic Flute just stood there like a stone. But Bing was suddenly interested. There were not many opportunities to bully little Tang Tang so openly. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, little brother Tang is so generous. Relying on that brat Jing Hao, I am going to starve to death. Wu Guang held the broken blade in his hand. He looked around. He was ferocious. Brother, tell me, who are we going to kill? Bing panted. He was extremely tired. Although the city-breaking kick's power was astonishing, it consumed a lot of true power. After continuously kicking for 30 over kicks, his true power was almost depleted. In different eyes, calm expression, lingering killing intent, a dangerous and strong pressure, shrouded the entire field. Tang Tian's gaze was fixated on the blue afterimage that was as fast as lightning. He was extremely focused. His intuition was at its peak. Everything around him was reflected in his heart. Bing was stunned. So cool. Tang Tian muttered to himself. In the future, I will call you Explosive Cool Slap. The Blood Rush shield washed over his body again and again. A large amount of heat flowed into his 4 limbs and 5 bones. At this moment, it was as though he had awoken. All the fine currents burst forth. His heart was beating wildly. Unfortunately, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no way to dodge. He could only watch as the Blood Rush shield grew bigger in his eyes. But very quickly, Tang Tian laughed out loud. I blocked it. I blocked it. Clang. Wu Guang was even more excited. He rubbed his hands. Little brother is still the most straightforward. Tang Tian was also stunned by the outcome of the battle. He even forgot to pant. He stared blankly at the Blood Rush shield in his hands. It was as though he was at a loss and reminiscing about it. This godlike young lad was truly unfathomable. Indeed, he could not learn to play poker in the future. Bang! Inside Sky Tiger, Bing stared blankly at Tang Tian. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Tang Tian actually blocked it. Bing's legs were trembling. An intense feeling of weakness spread through his body. It was as though his legs were made of cotton. The slowly adjusting Blood Rush shield happened to have a slight tilt. It faced the blue metal leg. Impossible. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Bing immediately became bold and confident. His mouth was full of nonsense. This kind of low-level sidekick. Any qualified soldier can use it. You can't even block it. Young lad, you're still far from it. It was now. Magic Flute faintly thought. Tang Tian was also stunned. The other 4 were also brimming with killing intent. After rushing for an entire night, the 5 of them were still brimming with energy. There was not a hint of fatigue on their faces. Tang Tian was also fooled by Bing. He did not show any weakness. Again, Just now was just a warm-up. Humph. Now, this godlike young lad is going to use his true power. Blocking your broken leg is just a piece of cake. Bing immediately felt the pressure. He had a headache. What if this rascal really did it? He could still hold on. Tang Tian's cheerful and excited laughter resonated throughout the recruit barracks. Magic Flute could not help but smile. After retreating 7 to 8 steps, Tang Tian finally stabilized himself. He gasped for breath. He suddenly realized that he was sweating profusely. It was as though he just came out from a pool of water. Bing originally wanted to give Tang Tian a show of strength. This rascal had been complacent for too many times. He wanted to take him down a peg or two. But what a terrifying slap. In his teaching career, there had never been anyone who was able to block his destructive fortress kick without any special training. Bing's destructive fortress kick was flawless. If he had to point out a weakness, it would be that his realm and true power had dropped by a lot. But at the same level, Bing's destructive fortress kick was definitely of a high standard. With one step, Tang Tian broke away from that mysterious state. The heat flow that entered his body immediately became scalding hot, stinging, and unbearable. Sigh. Tang Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire face scrunched up, but he endured it. Ha 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 ha. I did it. A blue metal leg suddenly pierced into this still image. Who? Ha ha ha, little brother Tang. Countless tiny heat flows surged up. Tang Tian's head heated up. His entire body seemed to be filled with boundless energy. Without thinking, he used the blood rush shield in his hands to face Sky Tiger. As expected, the 4 of them were roused. They looked at Tang Tian with a kind gaze. Chapter 227. He could hear that Xia Yu already had the intention to retreat. Xia Yu was shocked by Guodong's blood-red eyes, but he immediately shook his head. They are too strong. You and I do not have any chance of winning. With such a strong power, no one in Corvus Constellation can stop them. Bing shook his head, secretly mocking himself. To actually have such a misconception, the commander was such a heroic figure. So upon hearing this name, the 2 of them were in a bad mood. As for the rest, me, Ling Su, Tang Tian, Wu Guang, Che Bao, Jin Xia, the 6 of us with the fastest speed, will kill the Stone Gravel Beast King. Me, Ling Su, Tang Tian, Wu Guang, the 4 of us will move alone. Che Bao and Jin Xia will move together. Our main point is fast. The time needed to kill the Stone Gravel Beast King, the faster the better. To suddenly find 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists such a big move was enough to cause fear in people's hearts. Our target today is Blind Cord Old Man. Blind Cord Old Man and his mute servant are very strong. We just have to hold them back. Bing weakly explained the battle plan. Tang Tian could come up with ideas, but when it came to actual battle tactics, they needed professionals. Bing had not recovered from the slap from Tang Tian yesterday. Heaven's Shower Blade. Guodong's face changed when he heard the name. Tang Tian and the rest had seen it before, so all of them were calm. But could it be that Xiao Yu was injured for nothing? Thinking that Xiao Yu would be like Xia Yu in the future, covered in feathers, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Even though he was far away, Guodong could still feel the terrifying power of the blade. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. Who is this guy? How is this possible? How is this possible? Even the power of the 100,000 Stone Gravel Beast army was suppressed by the roar of this group of people. His power obviously exceeded the other Heaven Road list candidates, so he was hailed as the first candidate. Xia Yu's expression changed. After a moment, he returned to normal and sighed. Brother Gua, the opponent has the advantage in numbers. We cannot fight them. That Tang Tian's background as an honorable martial alliance was obvious. However, his strength was as strong as his temper. The woman in black was completely stunned. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice house, and her hands and feet were ice cold. Although he was watching from afar, he could tell that the figures that were rushing over were all extraordinary. Bing also looked at Crane in astonishment, but he was also not clear of Crane's strength. Since Crane opened his mouth, it meant that he definitely had some confidence, so he retracted his state of mind and continued speaking. Xia Yu's brows furrowed imperceptibly. He felt that Guodong had already entered a demonic state. The opponent was so strong, but Guodong still hadn't given up. Xia Qing nodded his head. He had just comprehended the cry of the Guardian Heart Sword, and was indeed stronger in defense than offense. With such a generous financial backer, everyone had the idea of making a long-term investment. Of course, they had to perform well. Crane suddenly said, "Xia Qing and I will deal with Blind Cord Old Man." A group of red-eyed fellows kicked up a cloud of dust. Guodong's face turned green. In just a few days, the opponent actually had another 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists. Although they were not experts on the Heavens Road list, but 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists by themselves were a very strong force. With his strength, dealing with a normal Heavens Road grade martial artist was not a problem. But if there were 2, it would not be easy for him to win, and if there were 3, he would be at a disadvantage. Luckily, there were enough stone gravel beasts. Blind Cord Old Man's expression congealed. Not good. 1, 2, 3. Everyone's gaze all turned to look at Tang Tian. She did not see Blind Cord Old Man's skinny fingers that were touching Hugong, could not help but tremble. As long as one was familiar with the Heavens Road List's waiting list, they would definitely not be unfamiliar with the name Heaven Shower Blade Wu Guang. If one looked at Wu Guang as an ordinary Heavens Road List's waiting list, then he would die a horrible death. Heaven Shower Blade Wu Guang had another nickname. He was always known as the Waiting Number 1. His roar was like thunder exploding out, echoing in the air. His face that was always calm finally revealed a look of fear. Why are there so many experts? Everyone get ready. Bing took over the command. That was where the lunatics were produced, and the only ones that could be compared to them were the onyx souls produced by the other lunatics. Guodong clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. Not long later, rumbling sounds came from the front. Tang Tian was already wearing his armor, equipped with the bleeding cat blade scythe, his left hand holding onto the blood rush shield. Under the sunlight, the silver armor was glowing with a dazzling silver light. The dark red bleeding cat blade scythe was terrifying. The blood rush shield on his left hand was glowing with a faint blood light. So much money. The lady in black calmed down. The majestic group of stone gravel beasts gave her a sense of security. 100,000 stone gravel beasts. Even if the opponent was a Heavens Road grade martial artist, to kill them all, it would take a long time. From then on, he was never selected for the Heavens Road list. An immortal marshal, to save some face for himself, placed him on the waiting list. With the strength of a Heavens Road list martial artist, to stay on the waiting list, he became the only one. Tang Tian did not know what Bing was thinking. He looked at the densely packed stone gravel beasts' army, as though he was looking at a vast ocean of star coins. Xia Yu's reaction. Guodong was not surprised at all. 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists. Not only was there an additional 5 people, but it also meant that the opponent's power was huge, and the power they could mobilize was huge. Heaven's Shower Blade. It's Heaven's Shower Blade Wu Guang. Xia Yu muttered to himself. Such a dazzling blade occupied his entire vision. The opponent actually had an additional 5 Heavens Road grade martial artists. Bing had already explained the battle plan very clearly. He shut his mouth and looked at Tang Tian. Suddenly, he had an illusion. He was like this in the past, looking at the commander, waiting for the commander to give the order to attack. His ears rang with everyone's earth-shattering roars. Charge! Thinking about that, Xia Yu shook his head. He would not accompany Guodong to fool around. Along the way, they had always heard Wu Guang talk about how generous the sponsor was. Seeing them today, they truly lived up to their name. Before the battle even started, each person had already given out 5 million star coins. Corvus constellation was just a small constellation. Even in the southern sky's 42 constellations, it was considered a small constellation from the bottom. The number of martial artists in Corvus constellation was pitiful. It was too desolate and barren, although everyone could not guess Bing's background. But without question, the opponent was professional, and that was enough to convince them. Guodong bit his lips, so hard that he almost bit his lips. Damn it! Guodong's face became even worse. The opponent's strength made him feel despair. Ling Su's fighting intent had long been ignited. His orange pupils were like raging flames. Hearing Tang Tian's roar, a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. Swoosh! He raised his silver spear and roared, "Charge!" Che Bao and Jin Xia did not speak. Bing had placed the two of them in the same group, obviously thinking that they were not strong enough. But the two of them were experienced and did not say anything, but their hearts were secretly suppressing a burst of energy. This brat was arrogant and untamed. His temper was explosive, adding that he was muddle-headed at times. He had caused a lot of trouble for himself. Even inside the Honorable Martial Alliance, he had offended many martial artists. They were already considered the top martial artists of Corvus constellation, but in the entire Heaven's Road they were nothing. In the distance, sand and dust filled the air, covering the sky. It was extremely terrifying. A few of the Heaven's Road martial artists, their faces congealed, although they had heard about it from Bing, but personally witnessing it, they were still shocked. On the other hand, Wu Guang had a carefree smile, his blood-red eyes like a bloodthirsty beast, waiting to attack. He had once entered the Heaven's Road list, but because he was not satisfied with the rankings, he angrily refused to acknowledge the Heaven's Road list and scolded the Immortal Martial Alliance. A ray of blade aura suddenly fell from the sky, crashing into the group of stone gravel beasts. He raised his head. "Brother Xia, are you afraid?" Master tacticians would forever only exist in an army, for a mercenary group to be a loose organization. They would at most produce a few tactical talents who were proficient in small-scale coordination. Xie Qing looked at Crane in astonishment, but Crane's face remained calm. His roar was like thunder, shaking the entire place. Yin Tian and Hu Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Blind Cord Old Man was someone from the Heaven's Road list. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The two of them were still somewhat fearful, since Crane took the initiative to take on a stronger target. The two of them immediately said, "Leave the mute servant to us. This kind of god of plague, we can't afford to provoke him." Xia Yu laughed bitterly, adding on Tang Tian, Ling Su, the mysterious mechanical martial artist, Xie Qing, and the black-robed man who suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Seems like I was too tired yesterday. All these figures were like sharp blades, directly piercing into the group of stone gravel beasts. Talking about the professional field, Bing's spirit was slightly roused. Yin Tian and Hu Xing were people brought by Wu Guang. My idea is to have 4 people: Xie Qing, Crane, Yin Tian, and Hu Xing. The 4 of you are more proficient in defense. Your mission is to hold the 2 of them for at least 10 minutes. Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Charge! Tang Tian's eyes turned red. He suddenly raised the blood rush shield and roared, "Charge!" Such a generous person was worthy of respect. Wu Guang patted his chest and vowed, "Don't worry. What bullshit stone gravel beast king? 1 slash and he will have his head removed." It had to be said, Bing's extremely professional attitude made everyone believe in him. This mysterious mechanical martial artist was actually rather professional, naturally attracting attention. All of them were actually Heaven's Road grade martial artists. The wind blew on his face. It was very comfortable. Carrying the silver spear, Ling Su's face was contented, enjoying the envious gazes from the others. Out of all of them, only he had a mount. Yin Tian, Hu Xing, and the rest had long noticed Bing, because Bing was too professional. To ordinary martial artists, most of them would fight one-on-one. Even those famous mercenary groups, at most involved small-scale cooperation. But Bing's speech had a rarely seen military style, which made their hearts bewildered. He was not belittling himself, if it was one-on-one. Even if the opponent was Wu Guang, Xia Yi still had some confidence in his own strength. But the opponent had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. What was more troublesome was Wu Guang, this fellow, was an honorable martial alliance person. Ling Su sat on Flamingo. The repaired Flamingo was even faster, more agile and nimble. The current Sai Lei's mechanical techniques, compared to the past, could be said to have been reborn, like Flamingo. This type of mechanical beast was completely not difficult for her. Suddenly, from the group of stone gravel beasts came a roar filled with killing intent. Kill!